friend who will tell us what they took home yesterday, so that those who didn't come can just start feeling bad that they missed something, but then they'll be eager now to find something to take home today. Let's get 3 hands. You know, I know the people who raised their hands, so just 3 hands. Oh yes, there's one over there. Is there someone who's going to help me with microphones here? Oh yeah. Okay, so that's 1. 2. Where is the second person? Oh, there's a gentleman behind there. The last one. Oh yes, here we are. So we have 3 people. Please start here. And please tell us your name. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Eda. I'm from Zimbabwe. What I took home yesterday is about us walking the talk in whatever we are doing. Specifically, what was mentioned
regarding the use of plastics and how we should be exemplary in ensuring that whenever we are engaging in these talks of keeping our environment clean, as well as ensuring that we are adhering to what we are preaching. Let us be wary and let us always be careful in ensuring that whenever we are gathering, we are walking the talk.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Osia. I'm from the State Department of Foreign Affairs. What I took home yesterday was particularly the last session that we had. It was about the gains of COP16 of the UNCCD, the United Nations Convention to Combat, is it desertification? Yes. I was very, I don't think the word is surprised, but I was informed about the ecosystem approach to combat desertification and the difference, for example, between planting trees and growing trees. So one, maybe you have an effort where you'll plant so many trees, but you don't take care of them. So you have to keep planting and keep planting. But if you focus on growing trees, then even if it's just, let's say, 1 million, but you keep tending to them and growing, then it can change an ecosystem. I also was pleased to learn that there was a caucus for indigenous people and local communities for the first time in 30 years. I didn't know that it takes that long for such a caucus to happen, but I think it's a gain because then we'll combine science for today and traditional knowledge from yesterday to conserve the environment. Something else that also stuck with me is that in as much as we want is it 1 trillion or 1.3 trillion that we want basically the countries from the West to come and pay us so that we are able to advance and basically combat climate change. We have to think global but act local. So we should also invest in our own financing, so local financing for climate positive and nature positive projects so that we are able to make a difference. The last thing that I can say stuck with me was, I think I've always just heard of the term feasibility study, but I've never quite understood how impactful it can be. So from what I understand from the speakers, they basically said if we want more financing towards climate positive or nature positive projects, then feasibility studies should be carried out so you can actually say this is the impact of businesses if you make climate smart solutions. And in that way, it's an incentive for people to invest more and make better choices for the environment. Yes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Martin Mushiri. What I gathered from yesterday over and above what has already been stated for me was the concept of diplomacia mashinani, as it has been seen that diplomacy is largely seen as an elitist club of diplomats, and even there's little information at the grassroots in terms of environmental matters. They look at it as maybe something for maybe somewhat of a woke agenda, and therefore there's need for more of such engagements so that whatever is reached at the higher levels is cascaded down to the grassroots. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. At least now you can see that people who are listening and were actively engaging with the discussions yesterday. A very good morning to everyone who was joining us for the first time, or if you were here yesterday. This is a new day, and we're going to have even more interesting conversations today. And then at the end, we will tie it down to what we can do going forward. So in the next couple of hours, we will be looking at two critical issues. That is the question of climate change in the context of COP19 that just ended a couple of weeks, I think it still is, ago. And then, of course, plastics in the context of INC5. But I want to check the panelists that we're going to have. I want to check how many are here, because we will have those two conversations together, most likely. So let me check if, and please, if I do call your name, kindly just walk up here, because we're going to have this conversation together. My panelists, Mr. Luis Fernando Ceciliano, Charge d'Affaires, Minister, Consular, Embassy of Costa Rica. Please give him a round of applause as he comes up. Mr. Antonio Miguel Luis, Deputy Permanent Representative to UNEP and UN Habitat, Embassy of Portugal. Do we have him here? Yeah, oh, so he's not around. Okay. How about Mr. Alphonse Muia? I thought I saw Alphonse somewhere. Please give him a huge clap as he comes up. All right, then we'll have Tobias Ogweno as well from the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, and we will be introducing them a bit more completely in a moment. Now, COP 2019 held in Baku, Azerbaijan, achieved some progress. It tripled climate finance from 100 billion to 300 billion US dollars annually by 2035. The loss and damage was fully operationalized, and after 9 years of negotiations, agreement was reached on Article 6.2 and 6.4 on the carbon markets, allowing for international transfer of carbon credits and the full operationalization of the carbon credit mechanism. Now, the COP encouraged countries to cut more emissions by setting ambitious nationally determined contributions, NDCs, to be submitted this month. Top multilateral development banks announced that they would increase climate financing to support countries to meet their climate goals and adapt to the effects of climate change. But the COP also failed to uphold COP28 agreement to transition away from fossil fuels to support clean energy transitions globally. The Global Stocktake report of 2023 is categorical that the world must move away from fossil fuels to achieve global climate goals. Now, that's kind of the framing that we have. That's the context of the conversation that we're going to have. And the three gentlemen that I have up here will be delving into the implications of those outcomes from COP29. My name is Joe Ageyo, and I'll be moderating this session. And please get ready to take part. This is an interactive discussion. The climate conversation is too big to be held by just three people. All right. Thank you. All right. So I think we can just start. Tobias, we can start with you just to give us a mixed outcome, some would say, from Baku. What's your general outlook from all the things that happened? We've looked at the tripling of financing. Some people would say it was 3 times less than what was needed, because it was 1.3 that there's general agreement between science and economics that that's what we need. So, yet there were some positive outcomes as well. So, your outlook coming out of COP29.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and good morning, colleagues. I want to say, as you've rightly put it, that climate change involves everyone, governments and non-government stakeholders, indigenous, local people, and the rest. So in the history of the climate COPs, or of the all conventions, there are 22 of them, the single one that attracts almost every head of state every year is climate change. And it's because it cuts across. It's the single most important challenge of the 21st century. And the reason why I say that is because in this century, we have got 3 strategic resources that are likely to be a source of conflict. That is water, energy, and food. And the 3 of them, their availability and access is defined by climate change. Now, at COP29, there were progress, and there were some areas that we need to work on. As our regular participants in this COP, I would say the first thing that came out very positively was the tripling of the climate finance from the $100 billion that was agreed in 2015 at Copenhagen to the $300 billion. But there are many issues around it first, because when you look at the quantum that was proposed by the developing countries, which was $1.3 trillion, the 300 looks like a very small percentage. Then the $300 billion is supposed to be spread up to 2035. Now, when you look at it incrementally, you realize it might not really translate to the actual figures that is needed to address climate change. So that is one of the issues that is around it. The other issue that was there and still remains, because this needs to be thoroughly dissected and understood by all. Where do we draw the line from climate finance and development finance? That issue remains outside there. Many countries, because most countries that provide this financing, if they do it in terms of the official development assistance, they say we have done it. So there is no clear distinction between the official development assistance and climate finance. And then the other issue we'll talk about shortly is where we made a major back movement was the energy. Yes, at COP28, you know, there was agreement that we triple the energy portfolio. And that agreement did not find itself in the eventual agreement at Baku. So this is a major challenge that COP30 in Belém needs to pick up. How do we re-energize the global interest and appetite to tackle climate change, including by tripling the portfolio of renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ceciliano, let's stay with the finance question. And I wonder from your perspective, what you see as the major challenges that still remain. Some people would say a major step with a 300 billion, but as Tobias says, it's a drop in the ocean, depending on which perspective you're looking at from, especially if you're thinking about the 1.3 trillion. From where you sit, what are the main challenges that are still outstanding with regard to the question of finance?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, dear audience, distinguished colleagues, moderator. It's quite difficult to say something after Tobias' wisdom in this regard, so I'm just going to pick up from his introduction. As a representative from a developing country, I share most of the things that he has said. Three main challenges for us would be, I would say, first is the accessibility of financing or funding. The second one that I would pick up is additionality, and is going back to this let's say this concept that Tobias just introduced when it comes of making a differentiation between ODA and climate financing. And the third one would be the alignment. So let me begin with the accessibility. For us, for developing countries, the application processes for climate financing are so complex, and the eligibility criteria is so stringent that it just hinders our possibilities from accessing climate financing effectively. And when it comes to the case of additionality, for example, it is true that climate financing should be, and I will use the word again, truly additional to the existing developing funding, to the existing developing assistance, so that the resources for climate change are not diverted from other critical areas. So there should be a clear differentiation between the official development assistance and the climate financing. And finally, when it comes to alignment, we believe, and when I say we, I refer to my country, that there should exist this alignment with the Paris Agreement goals, so that we can ensure that there is a real support to both mitigation and adaptation efforts in recipient countries, in this case, and mostly developing countries. As, let's say, potential solutions from our side, we see, of course, the need to simplify the procedures for accessing this climate financing, and also the promotion of equitable accessing and the private sector engagement. That's something that we consider is important. When it comes to the simplification of procedures, the reduction of bureaucracy, the streamlining of the application processes themselves, and the provision of technical support to developing countries in order to navigate these complexities is certainly something that we very much look forward to. And this is also related to the promotion of the equitable access that I mentioned as a second point, because it is important that the climate financing reaches all the developing countries, but there should be also particularities, and a focus should be given to the most vulnerable ones, for example, the small island developing states, the least developed countries, with these simplified procedures and also special funding windows. And last but not least, when it comes to the private sector engagement, as I already mentioned, the creation of incentives for the private sector, the de-risking of certain investments, and the promotion of innovative financial mechanism is something that we believe could unlock the potential of partnering with the private sector. That would be, Mr. Moderator, my reflection to begin
all right,
with.
and there's the question of energy that Tobias referred to, and I know your country is a global leader in renewable energy and conservation. I wonder what lessons you take from Costa Rica that could inspire other countries to basically get the balance right between economic development and environmental management?
Yeah, well, for the last 30 years, my country was, I would say, 70–80% of its surface was completely deforested. And there was a concerted effort by politicians, other stakeholders, private sector again, the civil society, the academia, in order to find a way to reverse that path, because we knew that it wasn't sustainable. So luckily, with the assistance of developing partners, at that moment, developing countries, we managed to create some kind of schemes, or such as like payment for ecosystemic services, debt swaps, and other, by then, innovative financing mechanisms that were attached to commitments, to clear commitments from our side, in order to reverse the deforestation. So I would say that it was a matter of political will, a matter of political will, in which each of the parties is able to commit a little bit, so that it is like a little like give and take exercise, like a consensus building. But this was the key for us. Of course, when it comes to a small country like ours, Costa Rica's population is the size of Nairobi's population, so it is easier also to get people together and to find common ground. So that I have to recognize makes things a little bit easier, But so the lessons that I would extract, and that we have shared with the world, and in particular with African countries that often visit ours to learn about these innovative schemes, is political will. Just like try to get together and give a little bit in order to reach that consensus, that agreement, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Alphonse, let me come to you. I mean, you are a facilitator of a UNEP constituency in all these conversations, a youth constituency, I should say, in all these conversations. What ways do you see that the young people, the women, marginalized groups, civil society can be better incorporated into the climate conversations while basically preserving the integrity of their participation? Because it's one thing to be co-opted, it's quite another to truly represent the views that you came with in the process.
Thank you, Joe. And of course, speaking
I think maybe you could
thank you.
we could get some lending partners on that side.
Well, picking from the conversation of climate financing, it's good to bring in the aspect of lending, and of course, having myself interacted with the climate diplomacy space for several years now. I think I've engaged with this from COP25 in Madrid, in COP26, 27, all across. And I've seen how hectic this could be. And yesterday I was just having a conversation with a friend, a young person who was asking me, okay, you're talking about environmental diplomacy. What is that all about? I think we have a lot of energy that we need to put into practice. So we think diplomacy is a lot of talking. So I had to go all the way into kind of educate a bit and talk of why it's important for people to understand climate diplomacy in the first place, whereby we are talking about treaties, negotiations, we are talking about international cooperation to address, to develop and implement these policies that are going to help us protect our climate system. And that's all what UNFCCC as a convention is all about. Of course, talking about how young people and many other people in the society need to come in, I think people have talked a lot about all government approach in some circles. But every time we are talking about climate diplomacy, and one of the reasons we've realized that this has actually failed. In COP26 in Glasgow, I attended one event in Bloomberg Pavilion, and John Kerry was speaking there, and he actually said of his involvement across all these years, he has realized that exclusion has been a huge impediment for us to achieve these targets that we are focusing on. That's why when in Stockholm conference in 1972, it was UN Conference on Human Environment, you know. After a while in 1992 in Rio, I'm sure, Joe, you've really followed this story to the latter, and you realize that in Rio now, people were trying to come up with UN Convention on environment
and development.
Right? So increasingly trying to bridge the gap between environmentalism and development, because most of the time people are seeing climate diplomacy as an impediment to achieve development. We are all seeing what is unfolding politically in many quarters, and I don't think in myself it brings business rationale to even try to see commitment in climate change as an impediment to developing as any country. Of course, science is also very clear on that front. So people who could be making such policies, I'm worried they're not guided by any science. They're not guided by some business rationale. So establishing
But you know, there are also people who say that business often overrides environmental concerns on the flip side, isn't it? And I guess that explains your point of looking at these things together, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. So now, back to the story of John Kerry, where he was saying that exclusion has been a big issue. Of course, Tobias talked about the 300 billion that was pledged in the last COP as a drop in the ocean, which is true. So where are we going to get all the requisite funding that we need? Everybody must come into place. We really need private sector here. We need civil society. We need everyone. We need youth energy. We need everyone to commit. Have these pledges on the table. We had methane pledge, for example. Some time ago, we had bond challenge on reforestation. All these issues are the ones that, when we put them together on the table, they are going to make it meaningful for us not to be walking on a path to a precipice, so to say. So we need to establish very clear, inclusive participation frameworks for young people. As you said, Joe, we coming in to participate is one thing, and having that participation be meaningful is another thing altogether. Right now, I'm actually working on a thesis myself. I'm seeing one of my classmates around the room. I'm personally looking at the impact of youth inclusion or participation in global environmental policy making. So we could say that we've included young people. That's fine. But are we really measuring the scale of their impact in the outcome documents that we'll be having? And Tobias, we've worked together on this. Thank you so much for every time ensuring that whatever participation looks like, at least the outcome document, even the ministerial declarations really reflect that. But then we need also to have legal and policy frameworks that give these people, I'm talking here about youth, civil society in all its forms, women and other, the IPLCs, all these are the quotas that we feel they are kind of marginalized. We need to ensure that they have a legal way of operating. And I understand in the last COP, UNCCD, that we were in Riyadh, indigenous people really got that institutionalized within those processes. We really need to have, even as a government, many times I've raised this. We were in Naivasha for Environmental Diplomacy Conference, and I said, of course, in Europe we've seen there are UN youth delegates, many of them who have a lot of experience, but here in Africa we've really had a bit of challenge to tap onto the energy and that experience of young people. So let's have that institutionalized. But also, we should ensure equitable access to finances. I will not overemphasize that point because you've really driven it perfectly. We could have finances, yes. We have some kitty somewhere, but getting to access that money and make meaningful impact with it could be something that is next to impossible. But then let's leverage on technology and drive that to ensure that we get the real-time feedback from the technology that exists. Young people today are connected than any other time in history of humanity. What are we going to do with that? No, we should tap a lot on that. So I could give as many pointers on that as possible, but I think those are some of the issues to start us from. Thank you.
Lovely. Tobias, you mentioned the question of tripling of renewable energy by 2030. Now we know that the countries are currently going through the process of putting together their NDCs, which should be submitted, if I'm correct, by the end of this month, so that there can be a process of reviewing them ahead of COP30. How do we get countries to make truly ambitious targets to basically have ambitious NDCs that can begin to tackle this problem in a decisive way? Because it is one thing for people to go to the COPs and make commitments, but now when it comes to actually coming back home and saying this is truly what we are going to do and coming back and doing it. So at a level of ambition, as it is called in these spaces, how do we get countries to make truly ambitious commitments?
Yes, thank you very much, Joe. And I want to say that first, for us to make meaningful progress in line with the climate change is for the whole world to recognize that we have a common problem. Now, I'm a little bit afraid, going by what we've seen since Baku, because if we have one or two countries that are very significant in the process, pull back a bit, that could bring some inertia into the process. But that notwithstanding, I do believe that several countries are going to step. As you can see in the room, representatives from different countries, people are still interested in this. And the process is going to move forward. I saw Bloomberg himself. He pledged he's going to give almost 15 billion to support the climate change. So other actors are coming on board to be able to do this. But now, the most important thing, how do we get people on track? At COP29, I saw Brazil and I think the UK made some announcement that they are already putting their NDCs there. And I know even here in Kenya, we are likely to meet the deadline. It was supposed to be 9th. I'm not sure by 9th, but by the end of the month, we should have our NDC. And we have given specific areas of target, area of energy. We are now at 93% national grid on renewable. We are targeting by 2030, we could do complete transition to be 100% renewable. We are doing on agriculture sector, transforming that because we know a lot of emissions right from the farms, how we do the farming, right to the table. So we are also trying to do that. But the most important thing would be, how do you incentivize countries? Because any government would always try to make a strategic reasoning on what works for them. If you have coal, and coal can produce commercial energy, and coal is cheaper to construct compared to a wind power plant or geothermal, conventionally, that government would make a decision that for us to be in business, for us to support our countries to be able to be in business, let's do coal. So what are the trade-offs? And now this trade-off, now everything depends on how we realign the international financing architecture. In my own opinion, if you're going to make significant change or redefine the global development architecture to be green, there must be a deliberate shift from financing technologies that are polluting the environment and directing that money to technologies that are compatible with the environment. That needs to be a very clear, deliberate decision by countries and by the COPs, because it's going to be an incentive. So if I'm doing wind plant, which is much more expensive than if I were to do coal, then there should be things like subsidies, there should be things like no interest on that. And that now would make countries to make the change in their ambitions, because the private sectors in those countries will see that it is feasible, it is making profit, and it is compatible. So those are some of the policy decisions that we need to bring on the table to bring these NDCs. But above all, nothing will happen if we don't have the right political will at the level of decision making in any country. And we as technicians, what we need to do is to convince our leadership. This is the problem, this is the direction each country must go for us to collectively address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, and I hope you are noting down your questions, your comments, your reactions, because in a short while we'll be coming to you on the floor to give us your perspectives on this conversation. I told you that this is not just a global conversation, but it is also not a conversation that can be confined to one region, to one panel. It is really something that we all have to get involved in. So, Mr. Ceciliano, the question of ambition and the NDCs, what role do you see for multilateral organizations, for example, UNEP, UN Habitat, in supporting countries to really up their game, as they say, to basically raise their level of ambition in terms of dealing with this existential threat of climate change?
Yeah, thank you. Well, in terms of international multilateral organizations, as you're highlighting for the question, I think that when it comes to developing countries, it's mostly about capacity building. Of course, funding is quite important, but we believe that there are mechanisms for climate financing that have been specifically designed for that. For example, the Green Climate Fund, for example, and we also have the Global Environment Facility as well. So for that, I think that the issue of providing finance from a multilateral perspective is already well covered. But when it comes to specialized organizations like UNEP, if I may, definitely it's come to capacity building, to assisting developing countries, to assisting those who need the most in terms of technical support to deliver ambitious climate policies and projects. Definitely, it's where we need to look at, because that's the natural field of expertise of this organization. Of course, policy making and enhancing consciousness and raising the profile of the climate emergency that we're currently facing is important. We also need a lot of help in terms of capacity building, and also, as you mentioned, technology transfer. That would be my reflections for you all in terms of the role of a specialized technical international organization. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Alphonse, you operate in the space of science. You just told us how you were giving some people basic lessons in diplomacy in this space. How do you see science and diplomacy working together to bridge some of these gaps that we have been talking about? Because that's really at the heart of even the conversation that we're having in this room.
I think yesterday there was some presentations about that, how that plays out, science, policy, and implementation. Of course, in diplomacy, you have to look at things through the lenses of politics too. There's the side of science, and some of the times, of course, these get to be quite conflicting, because whatever the scientists do, and even the PS for environment was here and they were saying, now we are the technical people. We support everything technically and then leave the diplomats in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to take up things. Some of the times, even the corridor discussions could completely change things. I'm seeing ambassadors here who we've many times worked together at the UNEP level, and some of the times a break is needed. People go out to cocktail, and then when you're back, you see things getting adopted, kind of. So there are so many dynamics that really need to play around, but for sure, any policy need to be backed by science. That is what we need to advocate for, and Tobias just talked about it here, getting that political will and having it sustained. But that's where also we need civil society actors to come in and really make a push, a very meaningful one, from the side of capacity building, ensure that how did we get, of course, the ASEAN negotiations get a near universal ratification, for example. You know, it's a good success story of multilateral environmental agreement. We can really learn a lot from it in the climate diplomacy space, whereby people really are made aware of the problem. We get almost what we call, if scientists will allow me to call it, consensus in science. I think many people will tell me, no, we can't even have consensus in science. But we can have a common agreement that this is a problem. Then how are we going to address this problem? This is a solution. How are we going to get alternatives in the case of what is driving us towards the climate catastrophe that we are seeing? Renewable energies, and what we need in that are things to do with incentives that Tobias has talked about really well here. And same thing applies with other treaties that are in development, like INC, for example. If we don't have a ready alternative, we'll definitely have a problem in the implementation. So here I'm seeing a huge opportunity for civil society actors, the young people who are really fighting, and children even, who are really fighting for their future. They are seeing this problem from a technical lens, but then emotions also bring a bit of difference here when we talk about policy making. So we need to have a strong push on that front, but again, also try to domesticate some of these things, Joe. And glad that we are having these conversations that are seen to be, of course, there's someone who defined diplomacy as a business of the elite that hides its true intent. There's someone who defined it that way. So how do we localize, domesticate the best practices that we get there? Good thing that we're having things like Africa Climate Summit right now within the continent. That could, in a way, help us clear some of messed up, if you allow me to use that word, messed up deals that we get from COPs in that lower level. And then when we come nationally, of course, we can showcase Kenya as a leader here. We had 93 of our grid is green, for example. If we have success stories to tell, even with our vulnerabilities, then we transition from a very victimhood, narrative to another stronger narrative, if you ask me. Thank you.
All right, so now this is the moment. We've touched on the key issues here, whether it is with regard to finance, whether it's adequate, whether it's additional, whether it's accessible. We have talked about the NDCs and whether countries are likely to come up with truly ambitious targets that can deal with emissions cuts. We are talking about the involvement of various sectors of society, the youth, women, civil society in particular. We've talked about the role, possible role that the multilateral organizations, UNEP, UN Habitat, all of them can play. And we have looked at the question of, for instance, of capacity building and all of that. Now it is your turn to take this microphone and say what you think. So let's get the questions, the reactions. Anything that is striking you as the panelists here having this conversation? Can I see some hands now? And there'll be a microphone coming next to you. Oh yes, there is already a hand here. Anyone else? Oh yes, this row is very active. This is where this conversation started this morning. I want to know where you guys come from. Anyway, any other hands? Behind there? Even if you want to say nothing. Anyway, please give him the give them the microphone here. There are two ladies here who I usually like taking questions in threes. Any last hand somewhere? Oh yes, there's a lady behind there. This is fantastic. The young people and the women that you were talking about, yes, making their voices heard. All right. Yes, you can start. Please direct your question to anybody here, your comments or whatever your thoughts might be.
Okay, so good morning.
Also, if you can introduce yourself, that will help.
Oh, good morning, everyone. So I'm Levina. My background is in economics and sociology. So by extension, I'm a financial advisor. But I just have one question, which is, and that is in relation to what Alphonse has talked about. So how do we strike a balance between policy, science, and biodiversity conservation? And allow me to just explain that question, yeah. So during COP, it was agreed that, there is need for carbon trading and all that. Yeah, I think that was passed, if I'm not wrong. So why I asked that question is because we might find ourselves in a situation where everyone is growing trees and all that, but then how do we conserve species, especially avoiding situations whereby we are growing trees in semi-arid areas and arid areas, whereby there are species that have always existed in those places, and there is a risk of them becoming distinct because of the trees that people are growing. And then also just the fact that nature has a way of rebuilding itself. So from the science perspective and from the policy perspective, how do we then strike a balance between the two, like ensuring that even as much as we are doing all this, we are also conserving biodiversity? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning. My name is Adalia Anya, and I have a background in law and in data analytics. Mine is more of a comment because I am from Kenya Model United Nations, and we have a platform of over 10,000 youth, but we have a problem with when it comes to addressing policies and support from the government and other institutions. Even though we are affiliated with the United Nations, we have that problem of lack of adequate support from the government and other institutions, yet we have this platform of youth who are there to push, who are actually very active and very assertive in terms of diplomacy and youth engagement. And so we were wondering why the disconnect is there, because we reach out, but it's more of a blank wall. Yes. Thank you.
All right. There was one other hand behind there. Yes, next the speaker up there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dorothy Otieno, and I work at Civil Society Center for Environment, Justice and Development. And I want to thank the speakers for the wonderful presentation and your insights into the discussions on climate. One such insight is on the issue of the NDC. We are learning that countries have to submit their NDCs by the end of this month. And as a person who works mostly in the plastics and waste sector, waste is becoming such an important issue insofar as its contribution to climate change, especially when we're looking at methane emissions from the organic waste. And therefore my question is to Tobias, how can we, is there space for us to bring or to raise the profile of waste management in the discussions of the NDCs and its submissions so that we raise the profile of organic waste management and methane emissions?
All right, Tobias, we can start with you with Dorothy's question. How do we raise the profile of organic waste in climate change conversations? And she's referenced the question of methane in particular.
Yes, thank you very much, moderator. And I think there are two questions that I can basically respond to. One for Dorothy. It is possible because methane has been identified as one of those gases that are really hitting the atmosphere. And in this country, we have actually signed the Global Methane Pledge that was agreed at COP28. So as we prepare, we had national consultations on the development of the NDCs 3 weeks ago, and these inputs were taken on board. We have not, that issue was there of the organic waste coming up, but again, I think before it is sent or submitted, we can relook at the text to be able to see how strong it captures that concern, because that is a real issue. How do we deal with the organic wastes in the context of methane?
I think then the bigger question from that is there might be many groups that have contributions to make that could strengthen the NDCs or whatever other interventions that that governments have. I think the question of participation, the question of broadening the variety of voices that feed into these processes, I think is also something that that question is raising, isn't it?
Yes, I fully agree. I think I didn't say, we had representatives here from the Ministry of Environment. I'm not supposed to speak for them, but I know as the line ministry, usually they convene us to all stakeholders. We do this because, you know, in Kenya, the Constitution requires that matters of foreign policy and the rest, we take a whole of government, whole of society approach. So whenever we are preparing to go for any of the COPs, we bring in the private sector, the civil society, the academia, and all, including the preparation for the next NDCs. It was done, but maybe a bit of a challenge. We had like 2 meetings and an online one, but I think we have not concluded the process. So there is still a window, and we invite the Center for Justice to come on board. But there's another point, question that I found interesting from one of the participants here.
The one for trees?
Yes.
We'll come back to it. I want us to deal with this participation question with Alphonse, because both Adalia and Levina, I think that's the name, both of them talked about, referred in some respects, refer to this thing of participation. No, Adalia and Dorothy, the question of participation, where they're saying we're trying to get in, but we're getting this wall in front of us. As someone who pays close attention to the participation of young people, how does that make you feel, and what kind of encouragement are you going to give her, or are there some tricks that she needs to learn?
That's a question that I expect to hear in any gathering. I mean, we have to make it a cliche so that at any one point, youth might never be forgotten. I think the Deputy Executive Director of UNEP says that currently we have over 1.2 billion young people in the world. And she goes further to say, but please don't put her in trouble. So don't quote her here. That actually that huge population with energy, they can get a seat at the Security Council because it's quite a big constituency. Now, increasingly, even from our Common Agenda report, you'll notice that it is almost impossible right now to have any decisions of intergovernmental nature without youth input into it. That's for sure. We also, the great mobilization that happened during the Summit of the Future, for example, in New York, where the Secretary General of UN himself was so categorical in this. Right now, even here in the country, you'll see that we had the Africa Climate Summit here in Nairobi, where we had a 3-day youth assembly, for example. So it's increasingly impossible to sideline young people in anything. So what we are asking ourselves is, how now do we make it as effective as possible? That inclusion is somehow something that it's a nut that has been broken already. So after inclusion, now how do we make it meaningful inclusion now, so that whatever contributions that we bring, because you're not just bringing them because you're young. I mean, that's not it. You're bringing it because you're an expert in these various fields. And that also speaks from the way you've introduced yourselves. Congratulations for that. You are experts in that. So on biodiversity, that linking science, policy, and practice, you'll notice that especially the question you raised is quite, a sticky question. And that's why actually United States of America has not ratified to UNCPD because of what you said. That, access and benefit sharing is a big question for them. Because of their biotechnology, there is something to do with genetic resources and that sovereignty. Well, that also spills to another multilateral environmental agreement, the UNCLOS, that Convention on Law of the Sea, for example. But of course, it's something that now that we are bound by the UNCPD as a country here, talking about that sovereignty and raising those voices in the participatory approaches that I spoke around, that's great. So you guys, sorry for using that word. I think we are in a very diplomatic.
No, that's the.
But I'm speaking to young people.
Just use your language.
I'm speaking to young people, so I need to really communicate in a way that sinks. We need to show up. If there is this opportunity that comes around, please show up, educate yourself, and make meaningful contributions there. Most of the times, the way you engage in the first instance could close the door for a person to give you any more listening time. So let's first ensure that we build our capacity effectively, show up, and contribute meaningfully. Thank you.
Show up, guys. All right. Tobias, do you want to, or do you want to? Yeah. Before we come back to him and the trees.
Yeah, I would like to go to the first question from Levina. I don't know if this is the appropriate timing or you would still like to. Yeah, thank you. Striking balances, of course, is quite complex. In our case, referring to my country's own experience, I would like to go back to the fact that we need three things. The first one is leadership, political leadership. The second one definitely is cooperation. In our case, international cooperation. And the third one that I believe is equally important is the political will from all stakeholders. Going back to the leadership, the emergence of a leader, a political leader or a group of leaders that help us recognizing that we are facing a problem. In our case, 70% of the country is deforested, and we need to somehow find a way to backtrack that. Was the first important things in terms of self-recognition, you know. The second one is, well, who else can we bring to the table in terms of capacity building, in terms of financing, in terms of collaborating with us, in terms to be able to backtrack that. And we found locally a bunch of international partners, international organizations, countries that cooperated with us bilaterally. And here I recognize our colleague from Norway, whose country was instrumental in the 80s and the 90s in order to be able to backtrack that unfortunate situation of deforestation. And the third one, again, is bringing all of these stakeholders to the table again, so that they would be able to give a little bit in terms of their own interest, of their own activities, of their own businesses, so that we could be able to solve the problem. And I can bring an example for example, smallholders. So what smallholders were told was like, hey, in order to be able to afforest the country and reforest the country, what we're offering you is like, let's find a more sustainable way of growing your coffee, or of grazing or cows, or this kind of activities, and we will pay you. You will receive a certain amount of money during the year in order for you to preserve a piece or a section of your land, so that it will during the time become like some sort of a little forest. And it will help together with other people or other smallholders, in this case, in your same situation, to backtrack the deforestation problem. And that's how it worked, and it worked quite well. At this time, about 52% of my country is under forest coverage. And what happened with all these smallholders is that they also managed to profit from that in terms of tourism and other side activities that became profitable for them, because then you have tourists visiting the coffee plantation and seeing how the plants are together, living together, let's say, with the forest and all of this agroforest system that has been created thanks precisely to this collaboration and cooperation that we receive from international partners in terms of capacity building and financing, etc. It is a very lengthy and a very complicated process, but it can be done. That would be from my side, Mr. Moderator. Yeah.
Thank you. Tobias?
Yes, thank you very much. I want to say that essentially, science should, or as a matter of fact, must inform policy. Everything we are doing in terms of policy, there should be peer-reviewed science to confirm this is the way to go. And that is why we have the IPPC, that is why we have the IPBS. Now we are coming with another body on chemicals that would also be able to bring that kind of state-of-the-art science. The reason why I'm saying that is there is a reason why ecosystems all over the world were designed to be the way they are. And if you change entirely or you change significantly the way that ecosystem was, then you basically disrupt the normal functioning of everything. For example, if you have a marshland or a peatland, and you decide to change the marshland into a forest, you will change the entire ecosystem. The biomes that were there, and organisms, and the way they interact with each other to support life, it changes. Which is why, in as much as we are planting trees, we are doing whatever we are doing, the policy of the government is to do exactly the way it is that conforms with that particular environment. I think over the last few weeks, there were some complaints in Kenya that the Kenya Forestry Service were cutting trees. And it's been in the newspaper. But the point is, they are not just cutting trees because they have to cut the trees. We've realized that it's important that we plant the trees that are compatible with that environment. If we had indigenous trees in Karura, and you bring the eucalyptus. And we know for one single day, eucalyptus takes about 600 millimeters of water. You plant a mature one next to any river source or a stream, after some time that stream will dry. So basically what the government is doing and what we are trying to do all across the country is to go back and repopulate the ecosystems with the trees and the animals that were indigenous to that particular place. That is how it works. If you destroy, I come from a sugarcane growing area, and in the 90s, most of the trees were cleared and forest to pave way for sugarcane plantations. And recently, about 10 years ago, because now I'm not a very young man, some of our parents gave us small pieces of land. And we just did an experiment with one, because when we were growing up, we used to enjoy nature. We would see this bird, the crown bird. You understand it? Yeah, the crown, the one with the crown, and so the owls and the rest. We would hear all these animals around us. When we cleared the forests, they all disappeared. So about 10 years ago, some of us decided, why don't we try to bring this place the way it used to be in the early 90s? And we've seen these animals coming back, even the birds, because we realize in the swampy areas, there are the freshwater shrimps that almost died or disappeared. And now when we decided not to cultivate those areas and populate it the way it was, we saw these birds, ibis, the Adada ibis, coming back. It means the freshwater shrimp that almost became extinct is back, because that is the primary food. So nature has a way of rebuilding itself if given time and given support to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now this is getting better. Oh, there's one question there, another one here. Oh, okay. We'll take one more round of 3 questions. So we start with those 2, and then we'll come back here. Yes, we'll come to you just now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Sergey. I'm a political officer from the Russian Federation mission. And I want to bring back the discussion to the angle that I think would be very much interesting to both the panelists here and the youth that is gathered in this room. That's the question of economy. This is the topic in the sphere, first of all, why it's important to the youth, obviously because the economy, the sustainability of the decisions that we take for climate change, for biodiversity, for everything that we're discussing in environmental sphere, should be consistent with the economic well-being of the youth, of the next generation, of you guys. So this is the first thing. And the second thing is that this is exactly the question that our discussions during the COPs revolve around: economy. So there are very sustainable ways of dealing with climate change, for example, deforestation and measures to tackle that. They are cross-cutting. They are not only contributing to climate change, but also biodiversity and many, many other spheres. But there are other things, such as transitioning from fossil fuels, for example. Well, I would like to touch upon exactly this thing, because this requires a really, really big amount of finance in order to build a new energy infrastructure. So how do you, and I want to put this question in front of our panelists, what do you think, what is the way to strike this balance between high costs of the building new energy infrastructure without compromising future development, and at the same time get the climate change goals, fighting climate change and getting the climate goals for the next generation as well, so to make the development sustainable? If I may, just another question. Since this all revolves around the topic of international assistance to developing countries, how do you see, and this is the question mostly for the stakeholders, the Kenyan stakeholders who are on the stage, how do you see, what do you see the impact of the US, for example, going into the Paris Agreement and going out of it? Do you see this to have big financial implications, or is it only an image sort of thing, like PR? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Wamaitha. I am a tutorial fellow at Technical University of Kenya. And this discussion on climate change has got me wondering about what role does the environmental diplomacy community play in some of the policies that we see government implementing. I was just thinking about this vaccine that is meant to be rolled out to this livestock that produces where enteric fermentation takes place. And is there some contribution that this community has done in terms of the research, or in terms of maybe advocacy, that maybe we as the people who are refusing, or the communities that are refusing this particular initiative, is that we don't know something, or is it that the government is, where is that disconnect, and how is this community sort of trying to bring policy and stakeholders capacity building and knowledge sharing in all of that, especially since we've just said that science backs has to sort of go hand in hand with policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amaida. Please, here.
Thank you very much. My name is Eugenia Ponce de Leon. I am from Colombian Embassy. I have a question for Luis. Could you please tell us a little more about the Costa Rica's transition to become a green country based on tourism and, among other things, abandoning the extraction of non-renewable resources, please?
All right, thank you. Now let's tackle those ones first. Mrs. Ceciliano, do you want to start with that question? I know you did talk about it a little bit, so you can keep it brief, but about that transition that she's referring to in your country.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Eugenia, for your kind question. The fact that ecotourism is a fundamental part of our economy is precisely a consequence of those policies that we started implementing back in the 80s and in the 90s to reverse deforestation. So what happens is that land that was previously deforested started looking nice and green, and then this turned into something that is quite appealing to tourists from other regions of the world that come to visit us. So that was a positive externality, let's say, of those policies that were successfully implemented during the 80s in order to backtrack the deforestation. It's not that we really invented the wheel in that sense. Thanks to this political leadership, to the fundamental ability of stakeholders to sit on the same table, and to international cooperation that I mentioned in my previous intervention, we were able to achieve that, and I have to say that the model is replicable. We've managed to cooperate with other developing countries, and in that regard, I can tell you that it works everywhere. There has to be slight fine-tuning, when it comes to the local realities, but in general, the model works quite well. Yeah.
All right, Tobias. Well, I don't know how much you can say about vaccine, but the larger question I think that Maida asks has to do with what role the environmental diplomacy community can play in bridging this gap of understanding, as I think she says, that where there are, for example, government policies, there are communities here, but there doesn't seem to be the same kind of understanding of whatever issue it might be. In this case, it just happens to be the vaccine. But I think there's a larger question there, ties down on participation, but more about a gap of understanding between the policies and the people that the policies might affect.
Yes, thank you very much, Joe. First, I want to say that nowadays, I think over the last 10 years, there is one word that has been invented by people in the communication world: fake news. So, and fake news spreads this all over. So there is always need to validate all the information that is given outside there, because you find in a country that is as democratic as Kenya, you can say whatever you want to say, but there's always need to verify, look for the facts, and be able to say that. For now, I will not talk about that vaccine thing, because this is just a conversation that is going on among Kenyans, and the constitutions allow people to talk about it. But one thing I know is that governments exist to promote the best interest of their people. And that is exactly why in this country, as I mentioned before, we have a whole of government, whole of society approach on matters that we promulgate outside the country. So when it comes to matters of environmentalism and diplomacy, we never cut out important people, all kind of stakeholders, we don't cut them out. This particular symposium, we are all here because we wanted to hear from the civil society, from the academia, from the private sector, from the youth. That is why all of us are here. And that's attest to the fact that we want to hear the concerns from everyone, because I should not enjoy my lifetime on earth and prevent you to enjoy your own life when I'm all gone, and those ones that will come after you. So that is why we have that intergenerational equity and solidarity, so that I should be able to live a comfortable life during my time, but then we leave something for all of you, including the emission space. That is why we always fight about this idea of polluter pays principle, so that if you have built sufficient capacity and you have technology and resources to do it much better, you take that route first and allows the other countries that are still coming up to grow as they adjust. That's a very important fact. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, do you want to tie, because I think Sergio also, that's
yes.
the name, right?
Yeah,
Also,
I want to tackle that question by Sergio. Now, the classical development model the world has known for centuries now is that pollute first and clean later. That is it. That is how the world has moved. You first pollute, because when you are doing this, if you want to do infrastructure in a country, for example, your emissions will significantly increase, because you need to do cement. Cement is one of the sectors of the economy that produces, manufacturing of cement produces phenomenal amounts of greenhouse gases. But if you want to turn around the economy and you want to build roads, you want to build bridges, you want to do affordable housing, what it means is that the emissions will increase. But because of the creative ingenuity of man, we've now had technologies that we can still do the same thing, but with little emissions, which is why when we go in the context of climate negotiations, we always talk about technology transfer, because right now we have clean coal technology. You can still use coal, but it's a technology that will sequester the carbon from that and put it it's called capture and cap. It's cap and somebody knows it. There's a technology that you can use to basically get that carbon so that it doesn't get into the atmosphere. But that technology, sequestering, correct, that's what I was looking at, carbon sequestration. We can have that. But now the problem that we have is that technology lies in the hands of the private sector, and there needs to be a trade-off. How do we get them on board to be able to release that technology, because it produces a global public good. When the environment is good, it is good for everyone. Now, on what Sergio asked, it is possible that we can still grow using green or using oil as we've known it, because oil has driven the economy of the world to where it is. That's a fact. And we cannot say that, we cannot begin to demonize oil that much. It has been able to drive the global economy to where it is. But we know right now that there is very compelling scientific evidence that the world cannot continue to grow on oil. And that is why there has been a lot of research on the alternatives. We have a lot of alternatives, but it is expensive. What exactly Sergio was saying. So one of the ways, this is my personal opinion, I talked about creating incentives, creating subsidies and the rest. If we could be able to agree, like maybe in your own country, that you put some small tax, for example, on the oil producers or the companies that do this, some small tax on that, and that tax is redirected as subsidies to other companies that are producing the green. I think that will be able to change things, because then they become capable of competing in the market. Because if I am doing oil and it is cheaper, and you are doing renewables and it's very expensive, what it means, you will pass the cost that you've incurred in constructing that geothermal, you will pass the cost of constructing that wind plant to the eventual consumer. So there is this choice. Now the consumer will be able to ask, why should I go for the one that is more expensive than the one that is less expensive? So how do you balance that? So governments needs to come up with this kind of policy incentives to be able to strike a balance while allowing those that are still, because it's very difficult also and very expensive to decommission a plant that has been there for the last 100 years. That would be very, very expensive. So there can be other things that are be done, like incremental retrofitting of those facilities. You see where we can make certain changes to be able to pollute less, and meanwhile we expand the portfolio of the renewables that can be able to drive the economy. Thank you.
All right, Alphonse, anything to add? Because we are about to end this session. I could take just maybe two last questions, two only. So there's a question behind there, and then here. Please make it quick.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. My name is Ali Adam from Technical University of Kenya. I'll ask one question and then I'll make a comment. One, the comment is like this. I know the world is obsessed with global carbon emission being as a result of oil. There's a lot of scientific More research is required, ladies and gentlemen, because this world is created by God Almighty. And God Almighty cannot create a resource to serve human beings who are his servants to create problems for them, because he is the one who understands better what is good for us. So sometimes our science, of course, science being a developing knowledge is very critical, and I am a scientist and I really subscribe to.
Please keep it brief, sir.
So, but that is an important point that needs to be said.
Now to the question.
No, the question is like this to my brother Louis. If you can illustrate how is payment for ecosystem services done, and which sector is really housing these, and what policies you have put in place, I'll really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's get the last question. The gentleman in white, I think his hand was up earlier.
Okay, good morning. My name is Edwin Oiko from Kenyatta University and CYMG Major Group to UNEP. And my question is majorly on environmental policy and laws, as in back to the climate financing and green economy policies. How can indigenous knowledge and policy advocacy empower youth for thriving planet, especially in climate financing and the green economy policies?
Okay. Alphonse, do you want to start with that one?
Well, interesting. Let me give a sense on your concern, my brother, fellow scientist, I must say, and a spiritual person. I'm also one. I think these are sentiments that are actually echoing what the presidency of COP29 started off the COP with such a speech. And I think that's why Tobias here gave some analysis of what happened in COP and the backtrack of the energy portfolio within the negotiations. And just to provide a little bit of a context, by the way, in history of mankind, most of the time that we've existed on this planet, we've been hunter-gatherer communities. This industrialization started with agrarian revolution, and I must echo the words of Tobias here when he talked about human ingenuity. And that's why the UNFCCC convention actually exists, because it works towards limiting anthropogenic influence of the destruction that we have in the climate system. So, of course, we've had compelling science, I think that need not to be overemphasized, to show that the biggest driver here in the anthropogenic interference of the climate system, it is, the oil, coal, gas, the effects that we have from those emissions. And as he rightly put, we can't really continue with the same development pathways that we've seen after the anthropogenic, industrial period. And that's why we have even Manoloa Observatory. You're a scientist, and I applaud that. Go and look at Manoloa Observatory. They have actually been recording daily increase of global temperatures from somewhere in 1958, I think. And that is to tell you, okay, this is what has been happening. These are the causing factors. And clearly we have to get to solutions and changing the development pathways. Another thing is on in and out of Paris Agreement that we've seen with the US government and the impacts that are far-reaching. Of course, that speaks to strengthening multilateralism. International cooperation is much needed than before. So definitely this injures these efforts, but it is not an end in itself. it is actually a challenge to us all who are pulling towards that direction. Then on the end, towards the strengthening the environmentalism spirit, everybody's effort is needed. Every branch of knowledge and wisdom is needed. Everybody's effort is actually playing out very, very much on this role. And going back to the religious and faith-based approaches here, we've seen in 2015, towards the adoption of Paris Agreement, Pope Francis released an encyclical, and he walked around the many continents, rallying leaders to actually ratify to Paris Agreement. We saw him in the US at the time. President Obama was there. And this encyclical speaks to what is actually happening to our common home. We are seeing all this, a lot of contribution from scientific community too. Last year, the Muslim community released a kind of similar publication called Al-Mizan. You can have a look at it, and it also brings the faith-based language into this discourse, because it's more of human dignity. We are seeing a lot of inequalities that are playing out. We are seeing a lot of, even there's someone who wrote green side of, or the black side of green energy. So these inequalities have to be stopped if we have to move all towards the same direction. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Siciliano, there was a specific question about ecosystem services.
Yes.
Which sectors, what policies are in place?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So as I said, the process was kicked off in the 80s with a mechanism of debt swap. So instead of paying our creditors, either international financial institutions or bilateral partners, we committed that money to kick off the process. And the way it works is quite simple. Landowners or landholders, because you do not necessarily to be the owner of the plot of the land, as long as you're able to prove the possession of that land of that plot, then you are eligible for payment of ecosystem services. An institution that is called the National Forestry Funding Institution conducts some kind of survey on site in order to ensure the feasibility of bringing on board that particular piece of land or that particular property. And once this verification process is completed, then the owner or the person who possesses the land is entitled to receive a payment that ranges from 60 to 65 US dollars per year per hectare. Okay, and that has to be renewed every year. The commitment from the owners or from the holder of the property is not to conduct any kind of deforestation activities in the property, even if you have a productive activity such as agriculture or livestock. Both can live together, but as long as you do not cut down any trees, then you're eligible for that. How do we finance that? Mostly through international cooperation from bilateral partners and from international financial institutions as well. The World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the Global Environmental Facility, the Green Climate Fund. It depends. But what happens is that most of the times those resources are not enough. So how do we fill the gap from a local point of view? A fuel levy was established many years ago with provisions to ensure that all that money collected by our revenues authorities would be transferred integrally to the National Forestry Financing Fund and to the Ministry of Environment. So that's how it works. The gap is filled locally.
All right, we need to end this, so I'm going to come back to you just now as my panel to say COP30 coming up in November next year. One thing you expect, or sorry about that, one thing you would hope for, and please that you can combine with your final thoughts, and then we'll finish this. Alphonse, please make it brief, then we go to Tobias, and then you're done. Okay, lovely. So let's go to Alphonse, and then we'll finish with Tobias.
Well, as a wrap up, we need to have in road up to COP30 more of these discussions that we're having. They're quite enriching and helps us to see things in very many dimensions. And of course, strengthen Kenya's position as a leader in the climate diplomacy space. Again, we need to be very deliberate in including our youth. We can do massive. We are celebrating 60 years of environmental diplomacy in Kenya. We've come from far. We are here. Great news. But are we looking ahead? Let's nurture, mentor the next generation of environmental diplomats. Salute to MFA. I see a lot of our youngsters spearheading very difficult negotiations in environmental sectors. I see them around. So let's work on that trend, Tobias, and I think we are headed and maintaining our position there. Thanks.
Tobias.
Yes, thank you, moderator. I think the first thing I have to appreciate is the depth of information that we have shared here. It has been very useful the last 1.5 hours. I've really benefited myself. And second thing I want to say that we will have to organize this kind of forums, more of them, to be able to freely exchange information among ourselves, Kenyans and the diplomatic community. We are learning so much on what Costa Rica is doing, some of the things we can basically do here in the country. So it's a good thing. The thing I want to say is that COP30 is going to be a very big test on how we move forward. And that is important. And for us to make meaningful change, for us to make meaningful progress in terms of finance, because I don't think that discussion was closed, in terms of the global goal and adaptation, it was not closed, in terms of the renewable energy, and in terms of ambition for the nationally determined contributions. For us to be able to change the way things will be, this kind of conversation is very important, not only here in Nairobi, but also in our own capitals. It's extremely important to be able to enrich the process and to build the political momentum. For us as Kenya, we are ready. We are going to work with all the stakeholders. We'll work with Brazil. We'll work with the global community present here in Nairobi, organizing other forums, maybe 2 or 3 more, to be able to exchange information. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very, very much to my panelists, Mr. Luis Fernando Ceciliano, who is Charge d'Affaires, Minister, Councillor, Embassy of Costa Rica, Tobias Ogweno, Climate Change and Environment Division, MFA, and Alphonse Muya, who is an environment scientist and policy expert, and also UNEP Youth Constituency Global Steering Committee member. Thank you very much, and a big thank you to you all for your great participation in this discussion. Please give a round of applause to everybody who's made this work. And here we say asanteni sana. That means thank you very much. All right. Yes, so some logistical details. So the tea is ready. So as you leave here, we'll go out for tea for the next 15 minutes, and then we'll come back for the next session on plastics. So 15 minutes, we do a tea break, and then we are back in the hall. Thank you very much.
What? 1, 2.
Hello, hi. Please settle down. We'd like to start in the next 3 minutes. Do you know the person sitting next to you? Have you had a moment to know the person sitting next to you, in front of you, behind you? Have you had a moment to know each other? No? Your next employer might be in this room, by the way. Or your next big business deal might be in this room. So it's important to know who's sitting next to you, or behind you, or around you. Anyway, hello once again. Good morning. My name is Zena Bondati. Welcome to this day 2 of this session and the last session of this symposium. And the focus is on plastic pollution. We're going to have a very exciting conversation about plastics. And just like my panelists to get ready to come up here as I introduce this panel, I'd like to introduce Dani Rahdiansyah, who's the Minister Counselor, Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia. The EU was supposed to be represented, but unfortunately they are unable to make it today. I'd like to call upon Her Excellency Romit Nkompa, who is the Ambassador of Peru to Kenya, and the Permanent Representative to UNEP and UN Habitat. Karibu. The National Environment Management Authority is represented by the Director Compliance, David Ongare. Please come up. I'd also like to call upon Mr. Luis Fernando Siciliano, Charge d'Affaires Ministry Counselor, Embassy of Costa Rica. Luis is worried you're tired of seeing his face, but I assured him he's pretty enough. And who's missing? I think Miguel, right? Wait, yes, one more person. Mr. Antonio Miguel Luis, Deputy Permanent Representative to UN Habitat, Embassy of Portugal. Karibu. Great, so why are we having a conversation about plastics? The 5th session of the United Nations Environment Assembly, which is UNEA 5, that was held in 2022 here in Nairobi, adopted a resolution that mandated an intergovernmental negotiating committee, which is the INC, to develop an internationally legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment by the end of 2024. Over the 2 years, the INC held 5 negotiations in Uruguay, France, here in Kenya, Canada, Korea, and 1 intersessional meeting in Thailand. Now, these meetings did not result in a treaty, which was ready for adoption, but it achieved a convergence on the structure and elements of the text. Member states also reached a better understanding of various positions and shared challenges. A resumed session of INC 5.2 is scheduled this June at a venue that is yet to be communicated by UNEP. And the key areas of divergence remain the scope of the treaty, the list of toxic chemicals and additives in plastic, the criteria and timelines of phasing out these toxic chemicals and additives, the treaty funding mechanisms, responsibility, differentiation, and transparency and accountability. Such pertinent issues. And unfortunately, we have plastic bottles in the room. I don't know if we should hide them for the purposes of this conversation so that people can see we are serious about plastics. But we can just get right into it. Danny, I'd like to start with you. You have participated in this INC process. You've seen it develop, you've seen it evolve, you've seen the red lines, what people are fighting over. Why is it so difficult to get a treaty? What's the holdup?
Thank you very much, and for everybody, I just want to briefly introduce myself. My name is Dani Rahdiansyah, Deputy Permanent Representative to UNEP and UN Habitat from Indonesia, and I have been following the plastic process since the resolution 514 in UNEP 5.2, and I'm, fortunate enough to participate from INC1 to INC5 as well. And from your question, I think the crux of the issue is how we balance the issue of economy and environment. Because when you talk about plastic, it has a wide ranging of implication, not only about environment, but also about economy, about well-being of people. And some countries also depend their industry on plastic. But at the same time, on the issue of environment, we see that the problem is real. Plastic in the rivers, plastic in the shore, plastic in the ocean. So it is incumbent upon us to come up with a delicate balance to get how what an operational treaty can help us to overcome the issue of plastic. So I would leave it at that. We can have more discussion, but just to on the baseline, it's how we can get a delicate balance between how we maintain the economic growth as well as how to protect the environment from the adverse effect of plastic. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that context. Now, David, I'd like to come to you. Kenya has been hailed for the single-use plastic ban. And even at UNEA, we saw here in Nairobi, we saw some applause to Kenya for taking that decision to ban these plastic bags. Are there some insights that you can offer that other countries could learn from?
Thank you very much. As mentioned, my name is David Bongare from NEMA. I've also had the privilege to participate in these INCs from inception. I think the challenge of collective action is very difficult because there are always also other considerations apart from the ones which have been mentioned. This also played out in the last INC in Canada, where we saw again issues of geopolitics coming into place. And therefore we start to get bogged down by issues of definitions. What is life cycle? I mean, so this is what even the last discussions in Busan are trying to look at what encompasses the ambit of life cycle. And therefore these four elements that we ended up discussing became a problem. And that's why you see even in a place like Kenya where we are banned, the discussions in the ESC are still quite complex because some countries have banned, some have not. And there are always legitimate reasons for those who have done one or the other. And therefore it is always important to also listen to the other side and understand what their concerns are. And therefore I would like to share with the audience that even the ESC bill on plastics is also suffering the same challenges that we have at the INC level. But as a country we took a position just to demonstrate commitment and also leadership, because courage has to be demonstrated at some point. And that is what the Kenyan government decided to do. Thank you.
I'm told we have one more person who would like to join this panel. I'd like to call Griffin Ochieng from the Center for Environmental Justice and Development. Please come. Welcome. I wish we had a little more women, but karibu sana. We don't mind an additional man. Karibu sana. Thank you for your insights, David. I'd like to jump to Madam Ambassador over there. The diplomatic community. Negotiations are very tough. And a lot of times it comes to to country interest, economic interest, versus the good of the planet. How can the diplomatico and the diplomats and the diplomatic community help resolve some of these sticky points?
First of all, thank you very much at the University of Nairobi and the Minister of Foreign Affairs for organize this very important panel and invite us for this segment. also I think the audience that is here learning more about these environmental issues. I began saying that today marks 1,073 days since the historical UNEA Resolution 5/14 was adopted by member states. So, and then after 2 years of, or a little bit more than 2 years of negotiations, we believe that we are closer to get an instrument that has to be legally binding on plastic pollution, included in the marine environment. We think that like many environment problems, plastic pollution is also a problem that is cross-border problem. And the resolve the problem is not only by one action. It has to be a comprehensive and included actions. Yeah, and we know that now is a strong compromise from the member states, from sector, private sector, young people, civil society in general, indigenous peoples also, that they are trying to get a treaty, a legally binding treaty. In the last INC fight in Busan, there was a text that the member state discussed, and but there is still some issues that is pending to get consensus. And I guess these issues need to be treated like with an innovation manner to get a consensus. Those are related to products, included the issue of chemical. Yeah. The other one is sustainable production and consumption. And the third one is the issue of financing, yeah, including financing mechanisms. So we know that those are very sensitive ones, but I guess the international community is trying to get consensus in this very important issue that is important for maintaining our ecosystem and also the human health globally. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis, I'd like to touch a little bit about your background in agribusiness. The agriculture industry also generates a lot of plastic waste. A lot of agricultural produce we buy is wrapped in plastic. You go into a grocery store, you want a banana, people say it's already wrapped, God already wrapped it, but for some reason you'll take it home in a plastic bag. So how can we, in our quest to address food security and addressing also plastic pollution, how do you see the agriculture industry dealing with this?
Yes, thank you, and good morning to the distinguished audience as well. Happy to see you again. Yeah, definitely there are certain sensitivities in the food sector, but also, for example, in the medical supply sector. And that is the reason why the treaty should carefully look into those specific sectors in order not to jeopardize human health. For example, plastics have brought, I would say, a tremendous degree of food safety when it comes to the food sector, precisely because of the nature of the packaging. And at the same time, when it comes to medical supplies, how could we ensure that the medical environments will remain clean and will remain, let's say, innocuous in terms of providing the patients and the users of medical services the level of safety that is required in those environments. So it is quite challenging. We believe, nevertheless, as a country, that the cycle should be addressed as full from the very production, starting from the production, But at the same time, there are certain specific sectors which need to be carefully looked in terms of phasing out the use of plastics in those sectors. I think that the Kenyan experience in that regard, for example, on certain packaging products and the total phase out of plastics is a good example to begin with in certain sectors. And also, considering that there are certain specificities, certain areas in which a total phase out may not be feasible, at least at this stage of the negotiations of the treaty.
Okay, Luis, if you look at one of the fears people often have with transitioning from one thing to another, be it oil, be it fossil fuels, plastics, is the fear of job losses. And because of that, you'll find a lot of people fighting to maintain it. So even Kenya struggled with that a lot when we were doing the single-use plastic transition, the fear of job losses. As the world discusses ending plastic pollution, is it possible to end without losing a single job?
The transitions, to begin with, the transitions have to be just, and I believe that this is a common position among developing countries. The transitions need to be just, and it has to be implemented progressively, precisely, to minimize, because, and this is my personal point of view, I think that some jobs will be lost at the end. That's something it's inevitable, but minimizing that damage is something that we should carefully be looking into. And at the same time, let us hope that the treaty will also trigger the creation of green jobs, so that these people who would be displaced from their activities could actually, find new sources of income from those green jobs that would be generated. Yes.
Thank you. When you look at, Miguel, when you look at technological advancements to address this problem of plastic treaties, we've seen a bunch of people developing biodegradable solutions. We've seen all kinds of things, people showing you even how you can carry your goods in a banana leaves, in a bag made of banana leaves. How do we scale up this to the level that the world then says it does make economic sense to transition out of plastics?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And first, good morning, and let me take the advantage to apologize for not being able to be on the last panel. The changes in the schedule made that I had to be on another meeting on the first part of this morning. Regarding your question, I think Tobias already touched a bit upon it on the last panel. I still heard a little bit when he talked about we have to create mechanisms that brings the focus of the subsidies and the financial flows from this, what we now call traditional ways of financing the production of plastics, to these alternatives that are sustainable. Of course, we have to be sure that they are sustainable, and this takes time, but we have to create a mechanism that can bring those harmful subsidies, those harmful benefits to the sustainable alternatives. And we have to understand, of course, and I agree completely with what Luis said, we are developing a treaty not to end plastic, but to end plastic pollution. And that's where we have to focus. We have to focus on the plastics that can be avoidable. And here we have a lot of examples that when we go back to our communities 60, 70, 80 years ago when plastic was not there, that they were maintaining, they were using other traditional ways of conserving food, that it was not on the same level of safety, but some of them are still safe, and that we transitioned to plastic because it was easier, and now we have to pull back our trajectory and understand what really needs the substitution and what doesn't need the substitution. Of course, then, and I agree, like Danny said, that this is a multi-sectoral problem, and we have to, in each sector, see what is already ready to be substituted and what is not. And I don't think anyone is hoping that the moment that we agree the instrument, the treaty, the year after we already ended plastic pollution, we are completely aware that there's a need for the just transition of workforces. I might disagree slightly on the loss of jobs, because to produce these alternatives, we will need to requalify, and there we need this just transition to the workforce to ensure that these people continue to have jobs, but different kind of jobs, the green jobs that were mentioned. But it's something that it takes some time. And then we have to solve the problem that was also mentioned on the former panel, that a lot of this new technology is on the private sector, and we have to understand how, when developing this treaty, we bring them on board and we are sure that this knowledge is shared.
Thank you. Griffin, just very quickly, do we have parts of the world that are doing this transition and then creating another ecological problem as a result? For example, as you transition to maybe find an alternative to plastic, like how Kenya did with what are those bags called? Kenyans call them the Uhuru bags. You know those bags, the multicolored ones. Kenyans are calling them Uhuru bags. But then there's also the concern of how you're disposing. It's reusable, yes, but if you've decided you're going to use it one time and one time only, how you're disposing of it. So are there challenges you're seeing around the world of solving one problem but then creating another?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me. These are the days that I was preparing for this panel and never slept with my points, with the light touch. My name is Griffin Sochia. I'm from Center for Environment, Justice and Development. I'm also a steering committee of an international network called International Pollutants Elimination Network, IPEN. Appreciate the invitation. So on your question, not much experience that I've had, but with regard to alternatives, I think there are alternative delivery systems that have from the networks that we are part of that has been very much successful. And we see that just like what also we talked about, some of the traditional systems that we had even before the invention of plastic to the current status that we have it. One is return deposit schemes and take-back schemes. Others that are currently coming on, like zero waste systems. These are methods that are not necessarily the alternatives, but practices that help reduce the demand and the use of the plastics. So they promote minimization of waste. They promote ways on how you can be able to use, for instance, other alternatives like banana leaves and others in the ways that you want to protect your food, for instance. For instance, in use of return deposit schemes, we had ways in how we could be able to be, of course, depositing some little amount, but you are using what you are not going to dispose as a single-use material. So you are taking care to ensure that you protect the environment. Similarly, there is in other jurisdiction, I think we are as part of a network called Global Alliance for Incinerator Alternatives. Many of the members are implementing zero waste systems. In Philippines, there's a lot of examples where communities are involved, and in fact, they create a little more jobs with those kind of systems, because you have people who are using sorting, there are people that are using natural system to break down organic waste to produce fertilizer, which we need for our agriculture. So there's quite a lot of examples of practices in addition to, for instance, the question that you ask, which are inventions, but we still don't know what their implications are in terms of, because what we call regrettable substitution. You can be substituting the single use, but substituting something that is regrettable in the long term, like what we did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just quickly over here to David. Again, drawing from Kenya's experience with the ban of single-use plastics, we just recently launched the extended user responsibility laws. And one of the criticism that countries in the global south often get, countries in the developing world particularly often get, is that we want to make our people live as we are creating laws to make people live a sustainable future in line with the global treaties and global conversations that we are signatories to. But at home, we are not building a system that supports such a transition. For example, we are not facilitating recycling, we are not facilitating a zero waste system. Nothing is changing with how we do our things. But then we want the people to move to meet the targets of the global treaty that we've signed up to. How would you respond to that?
Thank you very much again for this opportunity. I think for the benefit of the audience, around November, December last year, we have unveiled 7 revamped regulations. One is the one you allude to, the extended producer responsibility regulations, waste regulations, water, plastics, sand, air quality, and chemicals. The one, and also for their benefit, is that NEMA is now currently the DNA for the carbon markets and also the registry. But to come specifically to the issue of the plastics and the EPR, I think it is important to note that what my colleague from SEJAD is talking about, these mechanisms are already ingrained within this system with regard to payback, take-back systems and so on. And therefore, if you look at the operationalization of this regulation, it has taken care of everyone, even the players, because the people who often are excluded from these conversations are the waste pickers. And therefore, when we look at what the responsibility have been placed on what the producers are, the definition of who a producer is, and what their responsibilities are for the full life products that they place on our market. We have had several conversations with these stakeholders, and indeed, it is something that they have taken on board. We have put out the notices on these regulations on our website. Currently, of course, you can take on this extended producer responsibility individually or through a producer responsibility organization. And we already have 4 of these which are functional, and members have signed up to them. So we have 2 which are quite common. There is PAC Pro and Cape Pro. But I know also a big company like East Africa Breweries Limited, they are running their own individual system, whereby now you cannot find products of KBL because they have set up kiosks. If you pick their bottle and take it to this kiosk, you're paid. And therefore, this is the kind of system that we're trying to pilot. It is not going to be perfect, and we don't expect it to be. But at least it is efforts in the right direction. And we have planned many stakeholder conversations. We have had those with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Council of Governors, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and the Kenya Alliance of Residents Associations. And indeed, another factor that we looked at, because even in line with this, we have already gazetted the color codes for various categories of waste. What this means is that waste must move in that stream so that it can find value. It should not be mixed. And therefore, waste which comes from estate A, if it moves that way, then it can be picked by the individual who needs it if it goes to a material recovery facility. Otherwise, when waste is mixed, it's going to lose its value. So these systems are slowly gaining traction. And also there are systems within this because the substitutes for plastics we are talking about, the compostable and the biodegradable, we are already in very advanced discussions with the Kenya Bureau of Standards and other standards bodies, including ISO, to get the appropriate standards for composting, both home and industrial, and also biodegradability. And therefore, these solutions are already here. And I think in several sectors, they're already being deployed. But this is a nutshell some of the initiatives that are currently underway. And we are quite happy to share as we progress what lessons are coming through.
Are there maybe countries that you are drawing lessons from? and best practices from?
I think it is an interesting question because we can just borrow segments off. We have worked quite closely with the Environment Protection Agency of Denmark. We have worked also quite closely with the EPA of the US and so on, because there are different scenarios in different countries. When you're talking about biodegradability or compostability, this is quite dependent on local conditions. And therefore, the conditions that you require for compostability in a temperate country are quite different from a tropical setting than like ours. But indeed, there are quite a number of these solutions being piloted even with the Kenya Forestry Service for plastic tubings to minimize the load of the plastics that end up in the environment. And we are seeing some good results coming through. Thank you.
Okay. Danny, in the negotiation world, there's no such thing as a perfect treaty where everyone is, yay, this is fantastic, oh my God, we've done such a good thing. There's no such thing as that. Therefore, and also knowing the politics that come into play and the economic interests that come into play during the INC negotiations, what is the best case scenario that the world can hope for?
Thank you very much. I think this question can be categorized as the million-dollar question. I think with the risk of oversimplification, the treaty that we expect is treaty that is implementable. There's no point having a treaty with so much complication. At the end of the day, we cannot operate it. We cannot implement it. That's number one. Number two, the treaty should be an enabling treaty, meaning that first we need to make sure that when we implement that the treaty, when it is agreed, hopefully, we have to start in a level playing field. I always mention this to my colleagues every time I have this opportunity. Imagine all of us here as the panelists. I have a bicycle, Ambassador has a motorcycle, Luis has a SUV, Miguel has a Ferrari, for instance, right? And then we start from kilometer zero. We want to implement it. It's impossible that we can implement it effectively because, I'm riding a bike while Miguel is pushing on his Ferrari, right? So in implementing this treaty, we need to agree, where are we going to be? Are we going to implement it 50 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour, or any kind of speed? To do that, let's say we agree to implement it in the SUV speed, right? So Miguel has to park his Ferrari at home and use the SUV, while at the same time provide me and Ambassador with an SUV and train us to drive that SUV so that we can go together on the same pace. That's the analogy. That's the analogy. So meaning that this treaty has to provide us with capacity building for those countries who are still needed and resources as well, to make sure that when we implement our obligation in the treaty, we can do it on the level playing field. Thus, we can do it effectively. Thus, we can evaluate it in a really structured manner. That would be ideal. But of course, we are living in a world of full of dynamics. So meaning that leadership, political will, and I think pressure from stakeholders, pressure from international community is needed as well. Because when you are in Busan, when you are in Ottawa, every eyes are on you, right? And now we'll be somewhere else. All eyes will be on us as well. I had the privilege of being co-facilitator in INC 3 and INC 4, and I really experienced that pressure and the high expectation. And I think 2025 is the last straw. I think we need to really finish the negotiation in wherever it is, whenever it is in 2025. Otherwise, we will lose the momentum.
Let me just ask you very quickly, are there any lessons you can draw from the other COPs, for example, the UNFCCC COPs, and you've seen the progress and the failures that the UNFCCC COP has made, the CBD COP has made, that would maybe inform the INC talks such that maybe you as co-facilitators would say, hey, based on what you've seen happening in that COP, this is how we need to change our strategy?
If we look into the other COPs, I think patience is something that we need to learn, really. Because in those processes, negotiation takes a long time. How long do we take to negotiate Paris Agreement, right? How long does it take to negotiate the KMGBF, right? But here we are in the plastic context. We are provided by the mandate and the expectation from the resolution 514 that we need to, or we are expected, or with the ambition to finish in 2024. But I think if we have the political will, I think we can do that. And I'm cautiously optimistic that we can finish this in 5-2. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Ambassador, as the diplomatic community, how do you see yourselves maybe lending a hand to galvanize this international community to provide the political will that Danny is talking about?
Yes. In Peru Vision, we think that the future legally binding international instrument should be ambitious. That is very important. And it has to be also based on a comprehensive approach. And the objective is to prevent and reduce plastic and microplastics pollution in the environment. In that sense, in our opinion, action should be taken since the beginning of the life cycle of plastic, including design, production, consumption, and the end of life. We believe that a weak treaty will not achieve the necessary impact to protect, as I said, ecosystem and human health. Of course, if we were going to have the treaty, of course, we will need, especially the developing countries, we will need capacity building, we will need cooperation, and also financing. Financing by the home countries and also financing by international community. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis, when INC 5.2 resumes, where do you see them picking up from, and what are the key deliverables that you'd like to see?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to pick up from what the distinguished ambassador and distinguished colleague from Indonesia just said. The treaty should be ambitious, but at the same time should be implementable, right? And we believe from our point of view, from our national perspective, that it should be able also to champion certain principles that are very important for us, such as environmental justice, equity, and sustainable development. This is something that we believe should be very well highlighted in the final document that hopefully will be agreed during 5.2. When it comes to international cooperation, again, we emphasize on the importance of international cooperation, but also there should be a high commitment to multilateralism for that treaty to succeed, because we can agree on a document, we can sign it, But then once it arrives to the, let's say, legal frameworks within our own countries, it could just like be stuck there for years or even be varied. So this is also something important to keep in mind, that the play does not end with the signature or with the signing of the treaty, but rather when it is properly incorporated into our national legal frameworks. The other thing is that the treaty should pay special attention to the most vulnerable nations, and I mentioned this in the previous panel. There should be a special emphasis on small island development states and also in the least developing countries. The treaty should uphold the voices of those ones and embody the spirit of global cooperation and shared stewardship. And finally, and this is something quite important for the country, the treaty should definitely address human rights. There should be an important human rights perspective within the document, especially the right to a clean, to a healthy, and to a sustainable environment. Yeah.
Interesting.
Thanks.
Right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment. Miguel, I want to ask you something a bit controversial here. When you look at the climate conversations and the decisions taken at the COP being considered legally binding, but then we're seeing countries being able to walk out of this agreement. Argentina the other day also announced plans to leave the Paris Agreement, and even they left the COP. Do you foresee such a scenario happening once a plastic treaty is made? And would this inform this ability of a country to walk out? Would it then inform how the negotiations are done to make it so that you're not able to walk out of it?
When you said controversial, I thought you were going to ask about finance, and I was already very happy because that's my playing field. No, it's difficult because then we enter on the national sovereignty right of countries. We are engaging in this discussion. In this case, Portugal is part of the EU. We negotiate as EU, as a common front, but we all have the common objective that this treaty, as Danny and Luis and Nembasa said, is ambitious, is implementable, is dynamic as well, but at the same time, we defend that this has to be able to bring everyone on board. Because in theory, these countries that would walk out of the treaty would be the ones that have a significant share of the responsibility to act. Words are yours, not mine. And if we want to solve the problem, we need to have them on board. Of course, there are ways of making having them on board more beneficial to them as well. Clauses that talk about the connection between the parties, the countries that are parties to the treaty and the ones that are not. There's some ways of doing it, but the ideal would be to develop a treaty that from the beginning, taking into account, of course, the circumstances of the least developed countries, SIDS, and the developing countries that need that kind of support, but that at the same time brings the one that have responsibilities, and here on a context way different from climate, bring the ones that have responsibility also to contribute and to have their role on finding the solutions.
Okay, so you're not foreseeing the negotiations maybe in INC changing in light of...
Portugal, now I'm going to talk on my national capacity. Portugal is a defender that the United Nations, even with all these problems and all the dynamics that we have right now, it's the best thing that we can have. And if we went now to the drawing board and tried to do something similar, it would be for sure way worse. And if the world is better, we have a lot of problems, but nevertheless, in a lot of aspects, we are on a better world that we were when the United Nations were created. And we are not very in favor of creating processes that can weaken even more the United Nations. We already have a lot of actors on the global status, on the global stage doing that, and we won't be part of that group.
Oh, thank you. Griffin, I want to give you the final word in this panel here. Developing countries, one of the Some quarters argue that the global north has developed through pollution, and that developing countries need to be given the right to develop their countries using whatever means necessary to get to the level of the global north. How do developing countries balance the economic development versus environmental responsibility?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that question. It's quite one to reflect on. But just to draw from the experience, or rather, having seen this process since UNEA 2, I think, when we were calling for a global response, my organization has been working also very closely with the Africa group. When we had the expert group meeting, for instance, after the UNEA 3 resolution, I think at UNEA there was a really global consensus that there is a problem. And if you looked at how it was ululating when the decision was made, and just to reflect some of the critical terms or fundamental issues in the resolution that were agreed upon universally, issues of life cycle, issues of aspect of the scope, which looked at beyond just marine pollution. We have pollution that also related to the issue of health. So, and some of the countries or regions that has been very much vocal looking at the impact of plastic pollution is those the developing countries. If you look at INC 5, for instance, some of the areas that they have been calling for, in which we call in the treaty control measures, include issues to do with production, issues to do with chemicals. These costs have not been documented. They have not been compared to, for instance, the economic cost. I think one time there was a report that was also released, which we call cost of inaction, particularly on chemicals' impact on health and the burden of disease quantified in terms of cost. I think this has made many of the developing countries to also really look at the systems that they have, what this impact on their population, to be taking lead in advocating for or calling for measures that will protect those ecosystems. But there are, I would say also that there are provisions within other treaties that enable different approaches or accommodate divergent views. There is what we call opt-in, opt-out. There are those timeline for compliance. Opt-in, opt-out, in my experience in Minamata Convention, there is already that provision. When we have treaty that has provisions for phase out or addressing, let's say now we are talking about problematic plastics, countries have opportunities to ask for exemptions and given timeline that they can be able to accommodate. So it gives opportunities to be able to have an agreement that will, as Danny put it, that enable us to all have a way to implement. But importantly, there is need to reflect why we are here, why we are calling for this treaty. Of course, things have evolved, as put earlier, in terms of now we are balancing a lot of things at stake, the economic interests, the environmental interests, and others. I think there is, as we go to INC 5.2, there is that element of balance that need to be taken on board. Just lastly, I wanted to reflect in terms of also, we are a civil society organization, and Danny put it, we are putting the pressure on member states in the corridors. One of the elements which we are calling for as we go to 5.2 is the issue of participation, the participation for civil society, and I think I also had it in the last panel. We provide a lot of insight to member states in terms of some of the scientific information, some of the realities on the ground. So I think the issue of openness in terms of participation in something that we repeat and we call for, and we have even asked for in the INC 5.2 through a letter, my organization sent a letter, calling for the issue of participation to be very open, different from what we saw in 5.2. So I just wanted to use this opportunity now that I speak with many of the negotiators to be able to accommodate us in that process. We work with them. We are all citizens of these countries, and so we see the solutions that we can all forge together. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to open the floor up to, oh, okay, even before I finish what I was saying. open the floor up to questions. Maybe, is there someone going? Yes, there's a microphone that will be moving around. So if you keep your hand up, the microphones will come to you. Okay. Please say your name and who you're directing your question to.
Okay. My name is Gideon. I'm from this university. My question is, I think to the guy next to you, I forgive my ignorance, I forgot your name. Kenya banned plastic bags in 2017. How effective was the ban? What are the lessons learned and the challenges we continue to face in enforcing the ban? Kenya is I'm trying to explain. Kenya is the anchor state of UNEP. If we succeed, I think other countries will actually, they will see that we have succeeded in enforcing the ban and they will take up the initiative. So that's the broader picture. The last question is, if anyone on the panel can take the question on the effect of microplastics on health, if there is like international consensus on the issue. Thank you.
Okay. There's a gentleman down here. There's a gentleman down here.
Thank you very much. I would like to introduce myself again. I'm Sergey from the Russian Embassy, and I would like to, maybe for the benefit of the auditorium, make a couple of comments, not the questions, because what has been said from the panel is debatable. Well, first, Russia was at the outset of the process. We were one of the co-sponsors of the resolution, of the whole idea to tackle the plastic pollution. And we are following the process very closely. Now, just as I said, a couple of comments. First, I think for the benefit of the audience, it's important to notice that the divergence right now is in the goal of the agreement. So one part of the countries is saying that we should walk away from the plastics at all. And there is plenty of evidence that that might be a very unsustainable thing to do. First of all, because as my colleague Luis said, plastic introduced a tremendous amount of food safety, medical safety at a very, very low cost. And second of all, plastic as it is not a pollutant itself. It does not poison the environment, and it actually stems from what I have said earlier. It introduced a tremendous amount of food safety, meaning that it does not affect the food that is kept in the plastic bag. So it does not affect the environment in the same way. The problem with the plastic is that it stays in the environment for 100 years. So, and thus we have standing here in 2025, having an island of plastic floating between North America and Europe, of the size of France. So the cause, so as I said, the goal is either to walk away from plastic, and we have pretty much many explications saying that that might not be the best idea. And the second goal might be to introduce the sustainable utilization of plastic. So by doing that, we might introduce the what is so needed for the developing nations, the capacity building, in order to produce the circular economy and extended producer responsibility, so that the plastic does not end up in the ocean. It ends up in the recycling, and naturally, there are now many research papers saying that if we do that, at one point, we will not need new plastic again. The old plastic would be recycled and used all over again. So we don't have to actually get away from plastic, but maybe to do the recycling thing. And then the second thing that was also touched upon, the biodegradable plastic. This is a new product that is yet to be introduced, and there is no internationally binding standards on this, but how I see it personally, and this is not my country's view, is that probably this product as a new product is something that can be very dangerous. First, if you have a box of plastic to tackle, to take it away, to recycle it, you can see it. But once you have the degradable plastic, you don't actually, it's not actually, it's going away somewhere. The thing is, it's degraded into microplastic, and it stays in the environment in a very, very small particles. And how do you deal with that? Although it is considered to be neutral, but we don't know what is going to end up if it comes inside of us. So in order not to step on this very dangerous terrain, I think it's better for us to concentrate on what is recyclable rather than introducing new unknown things. And thanks again for this panel, because as I said, it's really hardly was anything said that can be debated, and I really hope that we hear each other and reach the consensus at the upcoming INC.
Thank you. There's this gentleman down here.
Thank you.
The mic is active.
Thank you so much for having me to speak. My name is Dr. Kitilewa from the Department of Diplomacy and International Studies. I'm a lecturer. What I wanted to say is the whole discussion here that the panelists and every one of us are discussing is about sustainability science, which is all about life. Now, I think mine is going to be more of a comment than a question. I think what the global community needs to do is to spread the use of plastics and the economic gains that can accrue at the same time trying to guard against the aquatic microorganisms and the flora thereof, because on one hand, taking it from the point of plastics, according to what my former has just said, we could come up with mechanisms of recycling them for reuse, and while that may look like it's gonna cause unemployment, proper use of waste management could also create jobs, right? And so on the other hand, while putting the plastics into rivers and oceans would have some side effects on some aquatic organisms. We need to now have a mechanism where we don't dump these plastics into rivers or oceans, and that would call for some global enactments to ensure that rivers and oceans are protected from over dumping of plastics. And so, as I said, it's a whole issue of balancing the use or not of the said plastics, so that humanity can benefit from all that God has given us. Because at the end of the day, all these things, the oceans, the forests, you know, the mountains and the mines have been kept here on earth by God Almighty for our use. So it's the way we use them that may affect us positively or negatively. Mine was more of a comment than a question. Thank you.
Okay. I will take just one moment. Upper, the ladies, finally. It's nice to finally see some ladies raise their hands.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Lynn Wanjiru. I'm from the Women Major Group to UNEP, and also a representative from an organization called Throat Mist International. I have a question to the Deputy Permanent Representative. Civil societies, including women groups, and grassroots organizations, often bring critical perspectives to environmental challenges. In the context of the INC process, what strategies can be employed to ensure that these voices are not sidelined and that the resulting treaty reflects a holistic approach to sustainable development and social justice? Thank you.
There's the lady next to you, and then maswali ni mengi.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvonne Owendi. I'm from the University of Nairobi, and I'm also representing Children and Youth Major Group under UNEP. First of all, I'd like to thank all the panelists for the wonderful discussion and the insightful discussion. I've really learned a lot. My question is to Mr. Ongare David regarding how you talked about recycling and how companies have come up to recycle products. But we can see, how are you able to hold manufacturers accountable for producing products that are difficult to recycle and can't be disposed of? Thank you.
Okay, I think let's answer these ones first, and then we do a second round. So we'll start here with David. As we go down, you can pick on whichever question you think you'd like to answer.
Thank you. I think my first question comes from Gideon. Gideon asked, who is that guy seated next to you? My name is David Ongare. I'm the Director in charge of compliance at NEMA, sitting in for the Director General today. And you asked what lessons can be learned. Lessons are both positive and negative when you look at it, I mean the context. I think Kenya was the biggest manufacturer of plastics in the region. We had the largest footprint of companies producing plastics in the Eastern Central African region. And therefore there was always that policy discussion as to how will you fill that gap in the GDP in terms of real employment numbers and livelihoods and so on and so forth. But these discussions had been going on for a long time, and sometimes even as you see with the experiences with the INCs and the others, they can take a very long time. And as those discussions are going on, the degradation to the environment is still going on. And I think it is in that context that having weighed the pros and cons, the government took the decision to demonstrate what we are calling leadership and take this particular decision to ban especially the single-use plastics. And indeed, I think anecdotal evidence would show that those plastics used to see flying around Nairobi here, when you're going to Narok, they're on trees and so on, you don't see that. And it then catalyzes actions on other fronts. I think this discussion has been difficult to cascade to the East African region because we have quite a bit of leakage of plastics from our neighboring countries. And that's why this debate has also been escalated to that EAC bill on these plastics, and therefore it's just hope that we shall see movement and traction. These negotiations are never easy. Many industries were threatening to do relocation to neighboring countries, but it has been seen that with some retrofitting, some of these substitutes and alternatives can still be generated from the same equipment that they were using. Sergei from the Russian Federation has also mentioned this aspect. And indeed, the plastics regulations that we have unveiled have stipulated minimum recycling standards. And therefore, the requirement for products to be designed in a circular way. Therefore, we are looking at this cradle-to-cradle kind of principles, reusability, recyclability, upcycling, and so on. And therefore, some of those glasses used to see bottles which used to be colored are now being produced in a clear way so that they can be recycled. So this partly also builds into what Yvonne asked about. Waste accounting and waste management information system has been integrated into this system. And therefore, each producer, and here producers, we are looking at them in a broad sense, importers, manufacturers, and so on, we will be able to track the quantities of products that come in. We shall also be able to track the resultant waste and the avenues through which these have been handled. And therefore, there are these mechanisms which have already been put in place to ensure that we are moving together in this particular conversation. It's not going to be easy. And as you can see, the other panel is talking about ambition vis-a-vis the interests of countries. And therefore, the risk of ending up with a treaty which deals with what we used to call in mathematics the lowest common denominator. So it's a very, very, very weak treaty carrying everyone over. Thank you.
Danny?
Thank you very much. Let me respond to Ms. Wanjiru's question. First of all, I would like to mention that I have been engaging with various stakeholders from INC1 until INC5, and I think among others, the one who are very much active that reach out to the delegation of Indonesia are the children and youth, women, and business community. Those are the three major groups that have been very active engaging with our delegation. And in every opportunity I engage with them, couple of points that I always mention. First of all, the message from the stakeholders has to be consistent. I mean, you cannot ask us to listen to like 10 points or 15 points of message that you want to come to convey to us. You really have to focus on one or two points so that message can be considered and really can be included or incorporated in our position. Because if you give us like 10, 15 points, it will be difficult, and it means that you don't prioritize of the message that you want to convey as well. Number two, I think this is also related to strategy, how to convey your message effectively. I think one of the thing is that you have to be present in all levels. Let's say if you are in Kenya, you have to talk to Mr. Tobias, for instance, somewhere here there, to send across your message, and then you have to also present in the Africa group, for instance, in your network, and then more broader to the global for the other member states, for instance. This is something that you can build your rapport with the delegation consistently, and you will have more opportunity to get your message across to the delegation. And that would be my response to Ms. Wanjiru's question. But I just also want to touch it briefly to respond to you, sir, about your comment. I think from your intervention, my main takeaway is that geography matters. So also mentioned by our colleague here that we have to look into the seeds, we have to look into the LDCs, and if you take note in the negotiation process, there are countries who champion about the low riparian countries, for instance, and also for us, like Indonesia, we advocate the need to recognize the archipelagic country, for instance, because all of those countries have different dynamics. So I think this is something that in the negotiation need an important element to be considered, so that it can also contribute to the effectiveness of the implementation when the treaty has been to be agreed in 5.2. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Madam Ambassador, is there any question you want to respond to? No. Okay. Luis? No. Miguel?
Yes, I want. No, thank you so much. I think on the stakeholders, Danny already touched upon a lot of the things that I was going to say. I think UNEP, I agree that INC 5 had some problems when it comes to the participation of stakeholders that have to be solved now to INC 5.2, and it's good that this is raised, because sometimes we get so immersed on the discussions and on the conversations among ourselves, and it's taking into account that a lot of times we also have these discussions with stakeholders outside of the room, then the rest passes a bit on our, goes out of our radar, and it's good that is raised, and for sure from a lot of fields you will get the support. Then coming to some of the comments that we heard, first let me start to agree that what we need is clearly a balance. I don't think that there is a disagreement on the goal of the instrument of the treaty. I think we all want to end plastic pollution. I think we have some differences on how we can reach there. One thing for us, at least, it's certain. We follow science, we follow the data that we start to have available. We need to have way more, but we will continue to do it. It's true that there is a need for a reduction on the demand, that there is a big need for investment on infrastructures, in particular in developing countries that don't have that capability, and in special on some of these countries that geography matters, because indeed they have a burden way bigger than others. But it also true, and this is proved, for example, by UNEP reporting on the matter, that if we also don't reduce production to a sustainable level, and that's why we have an SDG on sustainable consumption and production, if we don't do that step as well, we can be forever and forever building infrastructures for waste management that we will never solve the problem. And picking on this metaphor of turning the tap off, if we have a bathtub that has a concrete size like the planet Earth has, and if we take the water, but then we continue to open the tap, and it's proved that the production is estimated to grow to the triple in 2050. If we continue to open the tap, we can take all the water that we want, because we don't have speed enough to ensure that then it won't spill over to the environment. This would be my first point. Then my second point would be that, and there was some questions about microplastics and the impact of plastics on health. It's something that is still being developed, but on the last 6 months we have been seeing more and more studies for very renowned institutions connecting microplastics to a bigger prevalence of cancer and other matters. So the studies are starting to be out there. I completely agree once again that we need to have more research on it, but it seems like we are going on one direction. And once again, at least from our side, we don't like to contest science. We then act upon it when politically, but we don't like to contest it. And then the third point that I think it was mentioned from some panelists, that is the matter of means of implementation and the provision of resources to developing countries. I think here we have two issues on the discussion. The first is who receives, and our idea is that who receives are the ones that really need it, the ones that don't have the capability to to without this playing field that don't have the possibility to buy the SUV. They need the support, and then they need that capacity building. And then there's the other group that is the one that has the responsibility. And once again, underline here that the responsibilities on this context are a bit different from the climate context. First, because plastic is a recent product, it only has 50, 16 years. Secondly, because on the first decade of this century, when its usage was already widespread, the usage of plastic was the triple when we compared to the period between 1950s and 2000. So the responsibility and who gains money with this spillover of plastic, it's something a bit different from climate. And this is the other part that will be very important to the treaty. And then the last point, and I'm sorry on this long intervention on resources, it's how we bring the private sector in. We had this conversation yesterday. Public money is very constrained. Political winds are not in favor of more and more international cooperation and a raise on the funding available for international assistance. So we have to find out how the actors that win more from plastic, that is undoubtedly the private sector, how can we bring them to bring their resources to the game? And that will also be an important part of the solution, even to be a sustainable and an economical sustainable solution.
Okay, Griffin?
Thank you so much. Just a quick comment, and I'll not be very long. Alluding to the question on microplastics. So when we are talking about plastic pollution, we are talking about two things: invisible pollution and visible pollution. Oftentimes, we've looked at the visible pollution, which is what we are talking about: plastic waste, aspect of enhancing our waste management infrastructure. But the question was alluding to the invisible pollution, if I bring in the issue of chemicals, among others. So I think there's science coming out, there's a lot of anecdotal research coming in. I know in the treaty negotiations, it's always been, this is from scientists, maybe questioning the independence of some of the scientists on the information, but to bring to the attention of maybe the members here, there's an independent scientist coalition for global plastic treaty, comprised of a lot of scientists, either from the endocrine society. They give us the information on that which we don't interact with, which is the invisible pollution, and maybe causing a lot of impact that we may not see, and then we for our decision. So now that we are in the process of negotiating a treaty, I think one of the recommendations from the civil society that we are bringing from the Break Free from Plastic, IPEN, among others, is a scientific committee. We need to be able to have a scientific committee that will inform the negotiation, similar to what we alluded to earlier, a successful treaty like Montreal. We have the SAP, we have the TIP, I've been to these meetings, and when they present, it brings some reality in terms of informing decision to that which we are not, as policymakers, perhaps interact with in our offices. We need to be able to see what's happening on the ground, communities that are vulnerable, and how we can prevent those hazards and prevent the impact on the vulnerabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know there are still a few more questions in the room. Konyuma? But wait. Start with Tobias there. He's in the middle of something, so he needs to make his intervention very quickly before we proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. And it's good to see the negotiators here, Miguel here, Danny. They've been in this process for a long time. And I want to say one or two things. There's so much around the negotiations on plastic treaty. And one of the confusion is the intention of this treaty. This treaty is not designed to stop production of oil, because that has been a very, very key thing. It is not designed to stop the oil production, but it's being designed to stop the pollution right from production to end use. That is the key thing we are trying to look at. If we are going to continue drilling, you cannot drill your oil, but we need to use technologies that do not produce emissions in that process, when we are using, because that oil is used in vehicles, can we get oil that emits less of carbon? So that's the point. It is one of the sticky areas that has really paralyzed the negotiations. The second thing, we need to look at how the issues are interlinked. Plastics are going to be there with the global community for a while, because even if you look at this house here, some of these things are plastics. So the essential uses of plastics are going to continue. The non-essential uses of plastics, at least in my view, we have to stop this. If you have single-use plastics, why can't we replace that with biodegradable? For the parts, because we use plastics on the parts, aeroplanes, on vehicles, medical equipment, so those particular issues, we'll still continue to use plastics on that. And the other issue that needs to be very clear, because it's also one of the issues bogging down the negotiations, is the interlinkage between the plastics and health. Yeah, and there's so much that has gone into that. Plastics have been found on the human liver. They have been found on the reproductive systems of human beings. They go straight into the reproductive system of animals also. That the research and science has confirmed that. So we have to be very clear, what is it that we have to remove? Which is why there is an element in that part of conversation on the chemicals of concern. There are certain chemicals that are already identified under the POPs, the persistent organic pollutants. I think for that it would be very easy. We just need to bring those ones also to put them in this convention. And that would be very, very easier way of moving forward. But there's also other chemicals. If you look at most of the plastic products now in the market, some of them, like I've seen even handbags, the plastic handbags, carrier bags. If you buy bags in the US, especially the ones manufactured in the state of California, they are very clear. They put a disclaimer there. This carrier bag has been made by these chemicals. They write it on top of it, and they say research has established that these chemicals may expose you to kind of carcinogenic effects. We want that information in future, so that everybody, if you're buying maybe bottles for feeding children, because we know BPA is bad, it causes neurological problems, and some of the bottles for feeding kids now, they label it, this bottle is BPA free. So there is a choice for the consumer. You know what you're buying, how it can affect the life of your child, and even your own life. So these are the issues that we want to come out, so that we can use plastics in a way that first we protect the environment, second we protect human life, and third we protect the ecosystem, because it takes almost 1,000 years for a single plastic to completely degrade. 1,000 years. So that is why right now we have a stockpile of 7 billion tons of plastics circulating in the market. And a lot of this is also found in the territorial waters and in the high seas. Some are ingested by the marine animals, which end up in our plates. So it's a conversation that would want everybody. I know governments have been involved in this thing. It is not an easy thing. As Danny said, some of these sensitive things don't happen today. BB&J took more than 10 years. But we have, as the international community, must be able to sustain the momentum. And we also want to have people from the science world bring us the state-of-art science, peer-reviewed, confirmed and validated as authoritative source of information that we can use in these negotiations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can proceed up there.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you to the great panelists who have really shared a lot of insights in the discussion. My name is Boniface Mwali. I'm a master's student here at the university. And recently, last year I was part of a delegation from Kenya to Indonesia, and one of the things I observed there was the initiative by the Indonesian government to establish a new city in Kalimantan to respond to the water levels that Jakarta is facing and the challenges generally that Indonesia is facing. And that for me elicited a lot of thoughts and questions around how we are approaching this whole issue. And so my question to the panel is how proactive are we being in responding to the challenges that are emerging? Because I think up until this point, all the solutions that have been put forward are rather more reactive than proactive, and when we think of Africa as a continent, for example, we have one of the largest youth populations, I believe the largest. I'm not sure if Asia has a larger youth population, but a substantial youth population in the world and that's going to continue being the trend for many years to come. So if we anticipate that this is going to be a challenge that Africa is going to face, how are we adopting policies, especially within cities, within the framework of subnational actors like cities? What sort of measures and policy frameworks need to be adopted so that the cities that we are developing are more can be able to handle the environmental demand of the populations that are living in them in the present and in the years to come?
There's another gentleman over here. Here.
Thank you. Boniface Ndegwa, by profession, leadership and accountability, innovation and design. I'm from Good Girls Globe Society, UNEA, and also a friend of SAY. I have a question. How can, our society mainly deals with solutions, local solutions in plastic waste to energy, and also clean air mitigation, that's EVs. And I have a question on how these global treaties can be, how we can find a way of having an accountability at the local levels, and also how we resources can be, accountability can follow up with resources to ensure that implementation is done, including the youth perspectives, solutions, and sustainability, which may incline also towards business, and also to urge the youth here to continue doing the great work and to continue pushing for policy framework formulations, and also pushing for political goodwill so that we can achieve our intentions. Thank you.
Wonderful. This side, over there.
Good afternoon. My name is Fiona Njeri. I'm a herbalist, a farmer, and also part of a youth group in Kajiado County. So my question is that, so by now Kenya has already taken a stance against plastic pollutions, but we are still receiving reports that show that we still receive a large amount of plastic-based waste, including used clothing from Western nations. And that obviously contributes to environmental degradation. So what enforcement measures can be strengthened to ensure that Kenya and Africa as a whole does not become a dumping ground for foreign waste while promoting the local alternatives? And beyond waste disposal, plastic pollution has also infiltrated our soils and water systems. And microplastics in farmlands obviously reduces our soil fertility. And mostly we say that we are what we eat, but we are what our soil eats. So given that Kenya has a commitment to sustainability, how do we integrate these policies that not only curb plastic waste imports, but also protect soil health and promote plastic-free farming and safeguard the indigenous plant medicine? Thank you.
Okay. There's a lady down here.
Marhaba everyone. My name is Wambayo Kimani. To add on her question, I wanted to ask, with the clean development mechanism at the Kyoto Protocol, do you think that it will enhance our policies and mechanism? Will it, what is it called? Will it make it more efficient? And Mr. from Portugal, you've said getting environmental finance from private sectors. We're seeing the withdrawal of US from the Paris Agreement has really affected and influenced the private sector. Do you think this will be a trend, and will it affect the finance?
Thank you very much. My name is Rita. I'm a student here. I'm a sociology student at the University of Nairobi, and I'm specializing in disaster management. And I'm also a member of Children and Youth Major Group to UNEP. So mine is a comment and a follow-up question to all the panelists. When we look at the issue of plastic pollution, it all boils down to individual action. So as a sociologist, I wonder, like, what's the perspective of humans on plastic? How do humans view plastic? And looking at the life cycle of plastic from production to consumption, all the way to recycling and all, I mean, what structure is being put in place in the process of coming up with a legal instrument in terms of viewing? Like, I feel like we need to see how different societies view plastic and how they relate with it, because I don't seem to understand why people would dump or trash. I mean, that's the first place, that's the first problem. Like, once you use plastic, what's the next step? Like, should you trash it? Should you recycle it? So I feel like when coming up with the instrument, also look at what different societies think, and the best practices should be borrowed and taken to other societies that aren't doing it correctly. And then my question is, okay, it's still around the point I've made. Like, as much as scientists are looking at how plastic can be, like, we can have other alternatives that are biodegradable. And Sergio mentioned that when plastic breaks down, it still ends up into microplastics. So like, what option do we have? Because we can't get rid of plastic completely, 100%. We still need it. So the most important thing is to build capacity and awareness on the effects of plastic on our health, and understand. And also another thing is incentives. Like, when dealing with plastic waste, it's individuals and societies' responsibility to make sure that the plastic has been disposed at the right place. But then if you walk around, even in Nairobi, in our streets, you will come across plastic on the road. And I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I can go on, but yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah, at the front here, there's a gentleman.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Stephen Lorette from Kenya Mission to UNON and UNEP. So I know most of the panelists, and thank you very much for your very insightful comments and contributions. I just had a short question. What is the role of political goodwill in these negotiations? And would you recommend that political momentum should be built to push this process forward, or we leave it to the experts and the scientists to drive this process? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, wait, we'll start here and then we go.
Thank you so much, the panel. My name is Philip Osano. I work at the Stockholm Environment Institute, the Center Director for Africa. I have two questions. And sorry, I was in and out, but the one thing I had was issues about the need for evidence. I even had one colleague talk about the need for evidence on the impact of plastics on health. I wanted, my first question is, I know there's a process to establish a science policy panel on chemical waste and pollution prevention. To what extent is the current negotiations on the plastic instrument incorporating this upcoming science policy panel as an entity that could provide some of the evidence needed? Or is it that you are looking at a different entity to provide the scientific evidence? My second question, last year during UNEA 6, I actually moderated a very interesting panel that was looking at synergies in governance between multilateral environmental agreements, particularly the UNFCCC and the plastic instrument. And from a science policy perspective, we are looking to the extent at which IPCC and the climate knowledge work that has come in there can provide synergistic evidence towards also plastic in the context of addressing, of course, plastic pollution challenge. My question there is that as you negotiate, one of the things, I come from a science community, one of the things that I think is a bit frustrating right now is the fact that we are talking about a planetary emergency, triple planetary crisis of pollution, biodiversity loss, and climate. The evidence that we provide to the policy process comes through a scientific assessment. This assessment takes years. 5 years for the IPCC report, IPBES report, again, 5 years or something like that. To what extent are you also considering a process of integrating all these different sector-based or issue-based assessments into also one major report, like the global environment outlook, so that you can quickly, within 2 or 3 years, get synthesized evidence that is speaking to addressing the multiple environmental crises at the same time, rather than fragmenting also the science policy process? Because if we are to deal with an emergency, and we know science and evidence takes time to build, that architecture needs to be relooked into.
There's a lady up there.
Hello, I'm Jawahir Abdi Yusuf. I'm a fourth-year student at Daystar University, Communication Studies. My question is on marginalized groups. I come from a marginalized group where we felt for the longest time that our voices haven't been heard by the government. So I don't want to go on for long, so I'll ask the question I've written down. So my question is, how can we ensure that the voices of marginalized communities, especially those in developing nations, are incorporated into international policy discussions and solutions on plastic waste? And how can we balance their immediate needs with long-term environment goals, especially from my community? People have been, we call ourselves the people of the desert, so the conversation around heat, the conversation around drought, that's something so normal for us. So how are we communicating with marginalized groups? How do we explain that there's an issue with the environment? And how can we incorporate their voices and involve them in this discussion? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll close with a couple of hands there.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, rather. My name is Fritz Bissau. I'm an officer with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. My two questions are directed to the entire panel because I'd like to hear different perspectives on this. My first question is, to what extent are the oceans polluted by plastics, and what is being done to specifically reverse that pollution, oceanic pollution, because that's also been a very huge discussion over recent times. Thank you.
We'll take the last question. There's somebody here.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Mine will be very brief. In retrospect, INC5 has come to an end, and we have not been able to deliver the treaty as espoused initially. My question will be, because negotiations are two-tiered, the technical aspect and the political aspect. Technical aspect was already, they did their job perfectly, I might say. For the political aspect, noting the dynamics of the progress of INC1 to INC5, formation of different coalitions around, number one, levels of ambition, number two, interest. Do you think that the political aspect of the negotiations, number one, did have a lapse? And question number two, in retrospect, do you think we would have done something better to ensure that INC5 actually delivered on the espoused treaty? My question is directed to all the political staff on the dais. Thank you very much.
We close this session.
Thank you very much, panelists. My name is Peter Mbuva. I'm a PhD candidate at the Department of Diplomacy and International Studies. Last year, November, I was privileged to be among students who attended a scholarship in Mauritius, organized by 13 countries within the Indian Ocean region, studying international relations of the Indian Ocean region. And what emerged is that the pollution that we are causing here, we may not know necessarily the kind of impact it has to small island developing states. And they have established an oceanography institute with fully equipped modern scientific laboratories to test the presence of microplastics in the Indian Ocean waters. And that was proved to us that with naked eyes you may not see. But it is true the fish that people are consuming within the Indian Ocean region are polluted with microplastics. And they are trying to establish mechanisms. However, it emerged that as much as science, as my good friend here has talked about, having peer-reviewed research, there was that component of indigenous knowledge, helping even the scientists themselves to understand issues to do with the fish species, as much as they are working about their DNA and even depletion. in your consideration part of policies, do you have consideration for indigenous knowledge? And in terms of policies, policies don't make themselves, people do. The other day I was in UAE, and when I shopped, my goods were packed in a polythene bag. Here, we banned polythene bags, but pollution has not stopped. What do we do? What is the way forward? Thank you.
Okay, great. So we'll do the same. We'll start here and go down the way. David?
I think we thank the last round of questions, and I'll respond quite briefly to each of them. Boniface Mwali asked about proactivity, reactivity. It might surprise you, it's just that there are so many, the environment ecosystem is evolving very fast, so it might look like we are always chasing after crisis, but there are always systems also looking out for emergent crisis. That's why we have institutions like our Met department, NEMA and other institutions have all their research institutes looking out for potential hazards that are coming our way. And therefore, it's only that most of these crises gain a lot of prominence over what proactive measures are being taken. Boniface Ndegwa asked about accountability and resources for youth to do research. I think we have the National Research Fund, and also under the Ministry of Environment, we have the National Environment Trust Fund, which funds innovations. Ms. Njeri, the herbalist from Kajiado, asked about importation of plastics through clothes and so on. What is the government doing? Of course, we are part of the global community. We have an international treaty on this, the Basel Treaty, which controls movement of waste across countries. It might not be possible to completely stop the movement of waste, because you might be moving it for better treatment or better management based on your capacity to manage the same. But having said that, you asked about enforcement interventions. Within the region, we have a network of which we call the East African Network of Environmental Compliance and Enforcement. This works very closely with Interpol and also part of the global international network of environmental compliance and enforcement. And therefore, we're able to share information, knowledge, and activities and capacities. I think it's important to understand that enforcement is a continuum. It's not always that part where you see the command and control aspect. Enforcement has a whole continuum from awareness, education, assistant compliance. So you don't always, as our someone on our scene used to say, you don't have to respond to every mosquito with a hammer. But there are many tools to ensure compliance. Madam Kanani, maybe someone will add, but the CDM is being phased out, and under the new agreement, we are moving into a new system. Rita asks how do people view plastics? And indeed, it's an important question. Plastic represents many things to many people, and that's why we must bring all these voices on board: convenience, livelihoods, and so on and so forth. And therefore, when you are shifting the engineering mindset, I think all these considerations need to go into, to be brought on board. Finally, someone asked about oceans and what we are doing about it. I think it's Bissau from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Of course, there are many treaties governing pollution on oceans. The UNCLOS, which was mentioned in the last session, here in the East African region, we have the WIOMSA, and Kenya itself has a Marine Litter Action Plan, which was launched in 2022. So maybe I'll stop at that and let the other panelists also respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the questions. Thank you very much for all the questions. I think answering them comprehensively would be more difficult than negotiation itself. So let me try to answer it briefly. I may not answer everything, but hopefully I can touch upon some of them. So from Michael and also Stephen, I think related to the technical and political goodwill and everything, political aspect, I would respond to this. Bring CS Duale to the 5-2. I think that would be very much helpful. And then Mr. Fritz on ocean, indeed, this is something very critical for Indonesia. We are part of the country who advocate the name of marine, including marine environment during the negotiation of 514. And internally we have interministerial body, we have regulation and everything, and pollution in the marine environment is one of the key interests of Indonesia in this negotiation. Mr. Philip, I think with regard to the IPCC, IPBES, and now what we are doing, the SPP chemical, and you mentioned about geo as well, I think let them mature on itself. I think it would be much more convoluted if we mix them together. I think IPCC is very much mature, IPBES also, and hopefully with the SPP chemical we can get some kind of IPBES for chemical. And at some point, and at the same time, we also have the Geo, which is already Geo 6, 7. I think we can synergize them instead of convoluting them into one overarching report. Ms. Rita, I would like to invite you to see draft Article 18 in the draft instrument right now. It's about education, awareness, raising, information exchange as well. This is what the human element is, in my opinion, because we need to start from early age. I just want to share with you that Indonesia has this program called Adiwiyata. It's a movement in school that raise awareness about environment. We start small. We start about waste distribution and going up to university and moving towards the green jobs. And what else? Yes, Mr. Boniface, thank you for mentioning our new capital. It's still being built. It's a long term process, but the idea is to have a green capital, really environment friendly, and we are learning from other countries who have had transferred their capital from one city to another city, and I trust you have good experience when you visited Indonesia. I leave it at there and provide opportunity for the other panelists.
Okay.
Thank you. About the political will, I guess that this is very important. We need political will, but I'm optimist that we are going to finish our treaty this year and very soon. I also would like to underscore the issue between the plastic pollution and health. I guess this is very important because we are talking here also about human health and also the ecosystem life. And based on science report, they are saying that we need to protect from plastic pollution and also from chemical and micro plastic. I guess this is also very important that I guess the international community is not paying much attention. That is important by our political will that we need to end plastic pollution by the 2040. I guess this is the big target. And I wanted also to refer to the issue of a women group. I guess someone talking about the women groups. I guess in every international negotiation, women are very important in participation. We need to hear their voices. In some places, women are the more vulnerable groups. So to have them in the negotiations are also important, because we need to tackle the rights and everything that they need to be attended. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. On the questions about Kenya's situation, of course, I'm not in a position to refer to them. I think that it would be better from our colleague from NEMA and from the civil society to approach them. So I'm just going to pick up on three of the questions that were conveyed by the audience. Someone made a query on the science policy panel for the plastics treaty. I think that's more from the implementation point of view. Once we manage to reach an agreement, a diplomatic conference will be convened. At some point, a secretariat will be established, and from there, the parties, either in a conference or in a meeting, will start handcrafting the implementation of the treaty. The secretariat could be based here in Nairobi, of course, under the umbrella of UNEP, or it could be based in another city, in another country of the world. But those, let's say, subsidiary bodies will be established once the treaty has been agreed and is also into force, because a number of contracting parties will then have to sign it and to ratify it within their own local legal frameworks in order for the treaty to entry into force. I wanted to pick up also on the extent to the extent of ocean pollution, but I think that Danny has brilliantly already dealt with that, so I do not have really anything else to add. And when it comes to whether we should leave the decisions to policymakers or the scientists only, as our colleague Stephen has just asked, I very much agree with you, Madam Ambassador. I think that the political will is quite important. The reason why we managed to reach an agreement in Paris 10 years ago, for example, is because there was a lot of political will. The sound science and the sound evidence was there. It is undeniable still that global temperatures are rising at an alarming pace, and that it was necessary to put a cap on that increase, ideally 1.5 Celsius degrees, or at least 2.0 Celsius degrees. Whether we've managed or not to reach that, that's another story for another panel. But definitely, when it comes to the will of policymakers, that's a must. Yeah, thank you.
Miguel?
Thank you. And trying to be brief, as you understood, the problem of having 4 diplomats together on a panel is that we like to talk a lot. So we take a bit more on answering the questions, but I think I will focus on 4 questions. Not entering on how Kenya should deal with foreign waste, but just to put some numbers into it, because I think it's important also to have those numbers. When we talk about plastic waste globally, only 2% of that plastic waste is exported. It's also important to note that at this moment, with data from 2023, because it's the one that we have more complete, 12 countries are responsible for 52% of the world's mismanaged plastic waste. Only one of them is considered what we traditionally consider waste. And when we talk about in tons, the number goes up to 2. So there's an issue with plastic waste. Even within the EU, we recognize it, because we just recently changed our legislation when it comes to plastic waste to third country, waste in general to third countries. But we also have to put that problem in perspective and not enter in once again some of the misinformation that is going around, and understand the real and go to the real crux of the problem. The second question, first and a half, I will touch upon ocean just to mention that within this discussion we are also having a discussion on fishing gear on the plastic treaty. I think all the countries that are here are big defenders that the treaty should already have something about fishing gear. Then when it comes to a direct question that I received, if the US withdrawal from Paris Agreement and probably not ratification of an instrument that we will also agree, if that has an impact on the leveraging of the private sector, I would say that it's a bit too early to understand. It's true that a lot of companies are based on the US, and by consequence, if they don't have so many obligations, maybe they won't feel compelled to enter on this kind of investments. Nevertheless, we see that a lot of these fluxes that are already on the plastic pollution sphere don't come from North America, come from Europe and Asia. This investments, for example, Indonesia has a lot of private investment, civil society working on this field. We had an amazing company called Octopus Waste Management that is doing a wonderful job with waste collection in Indonesia. So it really doesn't come that much as on the climate sphere from North America. Then the two last questions. There was a question of what options we have. I would say that going to the balance, we have to end the plastic that we don't need, and the ones that we need, we have to give the tools for countries that have that production to improve the way that we produce plastic products. And then the final question, and I think this is a very good question from our friends from Kenya: what can we do better, or could we have done better on 5.1? I think there's a lot of things around this process being from there on the beginning that make things more complicated. The geopolitical situation changed a lot. 5.2 was right after COVID, so we were eager to give good news to the world, and we managed to give it. But then from then, geopolitical situation has been deteriorating. Nevertheless, I agree with the ones that say that the technical work is almost done, because the truth is that plastic is 3% of the global GDP, or at least it's estimated that plastic has an impact of 3% on the global GDP. And to think that we will manage to agree on something that has such a big impact on economy without our ministers, our leaders there, for me doesn't seem plausible. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not take long. I just want to reflect on perhaps just three. I think the questions around imports, soil health, were addressed by David, referencing Basel Convention. Mine is just a question by Kinyua on the issue of what would have been done better, perhaps at INC. And it's not that it is closed, it's finished, it was adjourned. I think the ambition is what was missed. So it is continuing. But what perhaps would have been done is maybe a mandate to co-facilitators to direct perhaps proponents to either merge text or come up with those proposals, because in the end there were a lot of merging. I mean, different proposals that were proposed in the final day of the discussions. So maybe that would be some clear mandate and goodwill, of course, from members to enable the co-facilitators to direct or referee the negotiations. On the science policy panel, I think it's been mentioned. I've been part of that process. I think what has been is that with reference to the plastic treaty, I think that's what Philip was asking, is that of course these negotiations are still ongoing. So without preempting what there will be the outcome of the other with regard to the role in a plastic treaty, for instance, but there is that recognition that when we have a science policy panel on chemicals, waste and pollution, it will perhaps have a role on the implementation of the plastic treaty. But there's also consideration of a scientific committee, as I referenced, in the treaty, plastic treaty that will address, for instance, criteria for identifying which chemicals of concern. I think Tobias talked about POPs. There are other different types of chemicals that will be subject to elimination. But as I finish, I just want to recommendation to the colleagues who are negotiating. These are member state-led process. There is an opportunity for building the momentum. We have the BRS COPs just coming up. We have the Oceans Conference. Get together, use these opportunities to try and engage, but also bring in the political momentum that there can be. The days are always short. Even if you go 5.2, it will be probably 7 days, so that there's some work that could be done. There are common negotiators to these processes. I think that will also help facilitate the momentum and hopefully come up with something at the end of 5.2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for lending us your thoughts and being part of this insightful discussion. I hope we've all learned something, and of course we'll be following closely to see the outcomes of INC. I'd like to now invite you all to take your seats as we move on to the next part of the program. I promise we have come to the end. I would now like to call upon Mr. Firas Khoury, who is the ambassador. Who is the ambassador of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the chair of the UNEP Committee of Permanent Representatives, who will now tell us a summary of what has happened today as we close this session.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it yesterday, but I've been following what had been discussed for the last 2 days. My name is Ambassador Firas Khoury of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I am the permanent representative to both UNEP and UN Habitat, and at the same time chair of Committee of Permanent Representative since 2023. Just let me give you a brief about this position of being chair of Committee of Parent Representative, which is we call it CPR. The chair plays a crucial role in guiding and coordinating the work of UNEP's member states. The CPR is a subsidiary body of the UN Environment Assembly UNIA and consists and representative from all accredited permanent missions to UNEP in Nairobi. And recently we have also engaged those who are not presented in Nairobi. The key responsibilities of the chair of CPR: leading CPR meetings, facilitating consensus, liaison between UNEP and member states, overseeing preparations for UNIA, engaging with stakeholders, ensuring follow-up, and finally the chair is usually a senior diplomat or ambassador from one of the UNEP's member states and is elected for a specific term, which is 2 years. The effectiveness of the CPR chair depends on their ability to foster dialogue, diplomacy, and cooperation among diverse nations. Now, let me give you a kind of conclusion of the summary of the key messages that has been going through since yesterday and today. The inaugural Nairobi Environment Dialogue Series was convened from 6th to 7th February by the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs in conjunction with the University of Nairobi, that I'm very happy to be here and been here many times. Kenyan Foreign Service Academy, and the Stockholm Environment Institute. This symposium consisted of high-level segment and the technical discussions based on 4 panel discussions. The high-level segment noted that with concern, the resurgence of climate denialism, warning that it threatens to erode hard-won progress in combating climate change, despite overwhelming evidence of its impact, including droughts, floods, and wildfires. And I think all of you saw what have been going on, even here in Kenya last May, in the United States, and on other places. The segment further underscored the critical role of diplomacy in advancing the global environmental agenda, emphasizing its function in fostering dialogue, negotiating climate solutions, and promoting sustainable resource use. The symposium was convened to promote public discourse on the key global process for environment and sustainable development, including Pact for the Future, adopted at the Summit of the Future on the margins of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Review the outcomes of major environmental conferences, that's COP16 to UNCBD, COP29 to the UNFCCC, COP16 to the UNCCD, and the 5th session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment INC5, that our colleagues were discussing shortly. Provide information on the Pact for the Future and the 7th session of the Environment Assembly, UNIA 7, that will take place in December, 8th to 12th December 2025, at the UNEP headquarters here in Nairobi. Under the theme, Advancing Sustainable Solutions for a Resilient Planet, and other follow-up process in 2025 and beyond. The key highlights, first of all, UNIA 6. The presentation informed that UNIA 6 addresses the pressing environmental challenges, including climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. The Assembly produced 15 resolutions and a ministerial declaration reaffirming the Rio Convention principles and the link between science and policy. The resolutions focused on circularity, chemical management, biodiversity restoration, and SDG achievement, and UNEP taking on new responsibilities. As per the Pact of the Future, the session recalled the Pact of the Future provides a framework for stabilizing and strengthening multilateralism through reforms in global governance, financial institutions, peace and security, youth engagement, and science. On the issue of COP16 to UNCBD, the presentation emphasized the links between climate change and biodiversity loss, highlight the role of indigenous communities, and the One Health approach in conversation. The meeting encouraged integrating policies into national plans to contribute to addressing both climate and biodiversity in tandem. Biodiversity should take into account the whole ecosystem approach, including the ocean, which need protection as biodiversity and climate change go hand in hand. Awareness and at grassroots level is key in advancing the global agenda in biodiversity conversation, as well as demystify perception on policy implementation and promote the dialogue on conservation among communities that experience the effect of biodiversity loss. The symposium called for urgent corrective action to prevent mass extinction and land degradation, advocating for a drought resilience protocol to complement climate and biodiversity solutions. On the issue of COP29 to FCCC. The outcomes included achievements of new collective quantified goal and the tripling of climate finance from $100 billion agreed upon in Copenhagen to $300 billion annually by 2023. The operationalization of the loss and damage fund with a focus on carbon markets and adaptation frameworks. The segment noted with concern the impact of rapid development on global warming and biodiversity loss, and encouraged countries to take higher ambitions in the next nationally determined contribution and NDCs to meet Paris Agreement targets. My God, Paris Agreement targets. Anyway, we will not talk politics here. But we are talking politics. I think so. But anyway, let me continue better than stopping in such. Anyway, to address the challenges related to accessing climate finance, it was noted that there need to be a clear distinctions between development financing and climate financing, along with simplified procedures to reduce bureaucracy for developing nations. On the issue of COP16 to UNCCD, focused on land degradation, combating desertification, and drought. Conference held in Riyadh noted the disconnect between nature and science and emphasized that science should inform policy. Restoration of degraded lands should allow ecosystem-based approaches to allow nature regenerate and species to thrive in their natural habitats. The need to have financial access and mechanisms for land restorations and conservation programs was highlighted. There is a need for land ownership incentives for sustainable land management practices to foster long-term investment in land restoration and empower local communities to actively protect their land. Addressing matters related to land ownership in efforts to combat desertification and drought should take into consideration indigenous rights, community-based approaches, as well as gender equity. On the issue of INC 5, focused on global plastic pollution with key outcomes on product design, waste management, and strategies for more effective international agreements. On the issue of UNOC 3, the symposium was appraised for the preparation of UNOC 3 to be held in between 9th to 13 June 2025 in Nice, France, and co-hosted by France and Costa Rica. UNOC 3 will focus on the protection of the high seas, ratification of the BBNG Treaty, and the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Conference in Mombasa in early May 2025. On UNIA 7, the meeting was informed that UNIA 7 preparation scheduled in early July 2025 in Salalah, Oman, will focus on resilience, digital transformation, and AI for environment protection. Key takeaways. The symposium emphasized the importance of fostering global dialogue on environmental sustainability and underscored the critical role of science and technology. Social inclusion was emphasized with the role of women, the youth, indigenous people, civil society, and private sector in addressing the pressing issues of climate change, biodiversity loss, and plastic pollution. The meeting noted that while global environmental forums such as COP16 to INC 5 made some progress in tackling the environmental challenges, there were challenges on achieving consensus on many issues in the context of the COPs that will need continuous dialogue to bridge the gaps. Continuous engagement on the outcomes of global meetings is therefore necessary to maintain momentum and build consensus partnerships, strengthen environmental governance, and promote sustainable resources use. Collaboration across the board of stakeholders and other actors provides for knowledge generation that will enhance the understanding of the research and data being put out that can then be used to measure the output efforts. In conclusions, the two-day symposium noted the concern over the impact of rapid development on global warming and biodiversity loss and plastic pollution. The current nationally determined contribution NDCs remain insufficient to meet Paris Agreement targets. Poor this target, this agreement. There is an urgent need for corrective action to prevent mass extinction and land degradation, as well as advocate for a drought resilience protocol to complement climate and biodiversity solutions. There is also need to strengthen international cooperation in conservation and restoration of biodiversity, both land and marine, in achieving biodiversity goals and targets. The symposium noted that the global community need to promote science-based approach, very vital for generation of knowledge and offering efficient solutions. Multilateral development banks like Africa Development Bank should de-risk investment and incentivize climate-compatible investment. There's also the need for access to quality financing with urgency and in scale emphasized. The symposium reinforced the importance of continued global collaboration, urgent climate action, and Kenya's role in advancing environmental diplomacy and policy frameworks. And here I raise the hat for Kenya. The Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs launched the Nairobi Environment Dialogues series to be held within a span of 3 to 4 months to encourage free and frank exchanges of information and knowledge among the diplomatic community and stakeholders in Nairobi in order to enrich the global dialogue on environmental matters. And here I will stop. Thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Right before we break for lunch, I'd like to call upon David Ongare back up here. He was just here in the panel that we left, and he will be reading the closing statement on behalf of the Ministry of Environment.
Good afternoon. These are statements from my Principal Secretary, Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno. He was meant to be here. Excellencies present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, students, and the University of Nairobi. Today, indeed, is a historical moment in environmental diplomacy in Kenya due to this inaugural symposium where many ideas have been exchanged to advance the development of global environmental agenda, and I thank everyone. As we have heard, 2024 marked a watershed moment in global environmental governance, with considerable gains made, biodiversity conservation, climate action, restoration, and pollution control. However, as seen today, persistent challenges remain, and therefore there is need for greater political commitment, increased resource mobilization, and coordinated actions for implementation. The conclusion of the 2024 Historic Conference highlights the significance of collaboration, innovation, and accountability, and of course efforts at using renewable energy to, I think, move away from fossil fuels is important. Today's panel discussions provided an important forum for sharing perspectives and experiences on urgent concerns the diverse opinions offered during these discussions will heavily influence Kenya's future approaches to environmental diplomacy, emphasizing that this was not an issue of being either right or wrong, but taking on board different perspectives. I wish to express my gratitude to all the panelists and authors who submitted work for this significant publication. Although not every entry was published, your efforts are priceless and show a commitment to furthering our shared environmental goals. We invite those whose manuscripts were not included in this edition to continue contributing their knowledge and ideas in subsequent issues. As we move forward, let us keep the collaborative and innovative spirit that has defined today's conversations. We can establish stronger alliances and adopt successful initiatives that will benefit Kenya and the entire global community. I thank you.
And now on behalf of myself and my colleague Joe Ageo, you know in Kenya we say, we now declare this session closed. But before, there's also lunch served, but before we can release you for lunch, Tobias would like to say a word.
Yes, Your Excellency and colleagues and friends, thank you very much for the last 2 days that we've been here, very enriching. And I want to assure you, as the Prime Cabinet Secretary said, that this is the beginning of more engaging meetings. We will engage with the diplomatic community to plan this better, and we choose topics together, and then we can be able to engage more productively. Yes, today you don't see the Prime Cabinet Secretary here and the Principal Secretary for Foreign Affairs. There's a very important regional meeting happening, that's why they are not here. But they are fully, as you saw it yesterday, they are fully in support of this process. And Foreign Affairs, we are going to work closely with the diplomatic community. And we want to appreciate you from the depth of our heart. The next thing I want to say, there was some kind of mix-up in this statement, the closings, the summaries that was read by our distinguished chair for the CPR. We shall clean up that, and then we will be able to circulate it after. We shall clean it up, then we'll be able to circulate as information that has arrived from here. So I also want to request, there was a list there for the registration. Please ensure you put your email so that we can be able to share this very important information with you in future. And we'll be able to contact you and inform you about the next series, probably that will happen before June, we want to believe, or thereabouts. Yeah, so ensure you have our contact so that we can be able to reach you on time. Thank you very much, and we appreciate you.
Asanteni sana for making time to be here for the last 2 days. I know you're probably tired and very hungry. I assure you there's lunch. Follow the same process you did yesterday. If you're coming today for the first time, the members of the Diplomatico and the panelists, your lunch is served in the holding room VIP area over here. Everyone else up, outside, and then down the stairs. Kwaherini and have a good day.
As you've heard, I'm Professor Patrick Maluki. I chair the Foreign Service Academic Council, but I'm also the director of the Institute of Diplomacy International Studies, University of Nairobi. I am actually your host, and therefore you. So from the University of Nairobi, I want to thank you very much for gracing this symposium, and want to say that the university is willing to interact and engage with the global community on matters economic diplomacy. We train in diplomacy, and actually we have a course in environment diplomacy. I will be working very closely with our colleagues for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the entire diplomatic community. Thank you very much, and you are most welcome. Thank you.